Almost starting. Just setting everything up right now if you can hear me. Hey, Kitty Pablo. What'd you do, buddy? Alrighty. Oh, what is this? Why is the camera not going? It's odd. I should fix it. Where did the camera go? You were working seconds ago. What the heck? Well, might just have to do this then. Instead of upgrading, I'm gonna have to go back to the same camera. Unfortunate. At least it works. It's not looking nearly as fancy as before. Howdy do, how's it going? Hopefully everything is working well now. It should be. Camera set up. Alrighty.
Speak.
Too terrible. Going through the pre-setup stuff all, of course. Pretty much ready to go. Sidekick has an update, that's interesting.
Go.
Keep popping this. How did I get a... That's interesting, I got a Delimir map from Simulacrum last night, I guess. That just goes like this. Rare monsters. This one's rarity, this is worth upgrading, and that one's worth just roll. Okay, so that one's basically junk, but the other one's a decent map. Seer. Precursors, drop it here. I really like the concept of these. Happy they put it in. I really like doing the bosses. Let's see if Tri-Flat is any decent. No, not at all. Okay.
Hello.
Crossbows. Do not know what's the important stuff for crossbows yet, but I'm sure I'll eventually figure it out. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this set up for mapping again. Yeah, I got clerics off the bar there. Yeah, this is the good setup. Can't believe how much, how good this feels after refining it a bit. I super down level Tempest Flurry, but that is not necessary, but it was a good quality of life thing when I was doing the simulacrums. I just could not keep it going. I have a big, Citadel boss that I'm gonna need to take out, so I'll try to take that one out later. I'm gonna do a test one, probably with this 310. Got 310, should drop a few things, because I got this copper citadel right here, but the big one is down here somewhere. I think I got 3 copper citadels to run. I'm hoping to get the big drops, because yeah, yes please to all the currency. Let's take it out. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good time. Copper Desert Citadel is not fixed. Oh, that's unfortunate because I just walked into the map. I guess, thank you for that heads up. So hopefully I'll just not get popped then with a little bit of knowledge, knowing I need to run away from it. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So, with how the tech works now, I just kind of take out a few guys, pop it, and then, oh look, now I got max power charges. You gotta take out one group, and then you're good for the rest of the map. But, the entirety... Do I have Grim Feast? I can't remember if I got Grim Feast on. Yes, I do. Okay, good. Everything's separated. But everything else works here, so you still got the Frenzy charges. You don't need to worry about too much. You just, every once in a while, press Elemental Evocation here, and then you got max power charges for everything. So yeah, this is really easy to set up, really easy to run. It feels smooth. I got rid of the jank. Works on the bosses. We got it. The Sandstorm's fixed, but he still explodes on death. Crap. Yeah, the explode on death is the bad one. So I'm gonna need to stay really far away from it. Thank you, Speedtree. Yeah, being melee is rough for insta on death explosions. I ran into another one of those in top tier simulacrum last night, but thanks to it I was allowed to run another one and further refine the tech and make it feel even better. Like, I'm really happy with how this is working now. But yeah, simulacrum is the only thing that takes any bit of flipping around. Oh yeah, meditate's amazing. If you don't need Unbound Avatar, meditate is ridiculously good because you just have it on demand and it's there for bosses and everything, not just mapping like what Grim Feast does. With that said though, I probably don't need Grim Feast. I mean, I probably don't need meditate right now. I could just rock Grim Feast, but well, I thought the map had a lot more to go. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna quickly get a charge here because I'm gonna show how this works when you actually prep things. I didn't expect this to be so short. This was really short. Okay, so here we got good amounts of charges here. And then I'm going to get back to the boss. I'm going to quickly make sure everything is set up by going through my skills here. It's got a little bit where you have to make sure like your infusion stuff is not on your weapon swap best option, so that way it saves you a little bit more spirit. Hey Tatas. Yeah, sorry, yesterday I just couldn't stream. There's a lot of personal stuff going on. Girlfriend came home and everything. It was a little bit busy. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, what is going on here? Again, a little bit of glitchiness with this guy. It's probably the herald's usually needing to go. Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes the skeletons just don't want to summon. It doesn't make any sense. So I've heard if you just kind of go like this, it fixes it. No. Like, obviously I got way more than enough everything to make it run without, but I just cleared my charges, but whatever. It seems to be glitching, don't know why, doesn't matter, get rid of it. We're just gonna stick with the boss here.
One way or another.
Are you struggling with skeleton summon crashing your game? Not crashing my game, but every once in a while the skeleton summon just wants to be a pain and not work properly. So like right now, for whatever reason, it's not working with the weapon swap, even though it 100% should.
What are you doing?
So this is a pretty bad showcase of it right now. I don't know why the weapon or the skeletons are not popping, but they definitely should. He just wants to be invulnerable. Interesting. That's unfortunate. Well, I'm just gonna pop up my energy shield if I'm gonna have to wait this way. Yeah, sorry, Todders. I don't know why it's happening with you either. I didn't know that that was a thing.
Time for this. Sands, bends to my will. Impede my enemies.
Okay, so now I need to remember to dodge away, dodge away, dodge away. There we go. Now let's see if I get the good goods. Why is the skeletons not summoning? It was working all perfect last night, but right now it's got a glitch. Gotta figure that one out. Oh man, it's just GGG stuff, it's not our tech stuff. I had weapon swap my main weapon in second from 1 to 2, and it worked. Need to swap all back and forth all the time. I have fixed it, so it's not too much of an issue. Message Discord chat in case someone had the same problem. Almost lost 2 to 3 breach stones. Ooh, that's not good.
Speak.
Let's drop everything in here. Ooh, 35 move speed, nice. This one's got nothing. Nothing and nothing. Except for that's all suffixes. Unfortunate. Where 35 move speed, somebody might like it with the rarity. Let's see if I can get some resistance or life energy shield on it. I doubt this is worth anything, but let's check with just those mods on it. And it's worth 10 whole exalt. Okay, perfect. If I can get 10 exalt for it, I'll be happy because I don't think it's worth it. I got enough to do an arbiter now. Fantastic. Takes forever to build those up, so I'm pretty happy to get it. Don't the skeletons spawn have a cooldown when they don't get sacrificed? If you swap back and forth, they do no longer have a cooldown. They just pop back. Back and forth to fix the current bug you had. Skeletons won't work. Yeah, I don't know why they got that bug in there. It's weird. It was working perfect last night, so I turned this on not even thinking it would be an issue. And now obviously it's got a bug again. I'm not able to beat Arbiter of Ash tier 4 anymore with patch, so I died like 3 times. Yeah, I died to Simulacrum doing a uh, yeah, this shouldn't be doing anything. So like obviously I got the spirit for it. Oh, and now the minions are back. Okay, there we go. I don't know what I did, but the minions are back now. So this is how you get it between rounds on bosses without the jank. Okay, it's working again. There we go. I guess I just needed to play with Skeletal Cleric. I don't have the unset ring for it, so that might be glitching it. This is just to hold it in place. I'm doing pretty good, Lil Prayers. Thanks for asking. How are you? And then yeah, so with the skeletons, when you sacrifice them, you can just go back and forth and they come back, but I'm not even worrying about that anymore because it's a little bit janky. But with skeletal clerics, you can stack it up really, really high. So then, like here, I just got a basic unset ring. It doesn't need anything on it. Nothing is special about it. I'm pressing buttons that are the wrong buttons. They're beside what I want. But like, see here, when I do Simulacrum, and this is only when I do Simulacrum, I just kind of do this, and then also need Sacrifice. So then you take out Grim Feast. That's only for Simulacrum. I kind of do this just putting in Sacrifice in for Pinnacle bosses if I was to hit them over and over. But like for getting this to work, you just put one in, and then you'd bash this up to maximum. You don't need to, but like you see, got everything else off on 2 except for Elemental Evocation. You need that on. Sacrifice on, obviously. Combat Frenzy off. Charge Infusion off. That's just what you have set up normally. And then when you swap, you get all these minions. and so you pre-charge Elemental Invocation before the bosses because you will every time for like what's the word I'm looking for here? For breaches and simulacrum, you'll have it all the time. It'll be the exact same tech, but just take off the invocation if you were doing something like King of the Mists or Arbiter, and it's all the same all the way across. And then Profane Ritual just rocks it. So like 99.9% of the time, I just keep this on, and then when where did all my stuff go? There we go. Then yeah, you just come and sacrifice here. You could swap and you'd get a whole bunch of charges. And look, I'm already maxed staff. It's no issue at all. You don't need to worry about the jank. It's just done. You're good. You're fighting the boss with one cast. It's pretty fantastic, especially with invocation is 5 power charges every single time you do this. Pop, go. That's 5 charges every time with invocation. It's pretty fantastic. You're not able to do the Arbiter. What changed with the Arbiter? Did it get buffed, or is it just something wrong with what you're doing? Full prayers able. You're not able to beat yet, sorry. Level 20 skill gems, I'm not too sure. I think the skill gems are 5, or the spirit gems are 5. I don't know about the skill gems though. Put these back in because we're not worrying about that right now. I guess because we're doing uh, because we're doing Citadel, I probably should have went with Sacrifice. Yeah. Oh well. That's one thing you should probably keep on your bar. I didn't even think of that. You like putting fast forward support on Profane Rituals so the charges happen a bit faster? That's actually a pretty good idea. I didn't know that fast forward would affect that. That's a really nice idea. I'll grab this. Wait, that's the wrong one. I'll grab this. And there we go. Now I got it so that I can put fast forward on. Thank you. Does this video make sense for your build at 12:10? I don't know what happened at 12:10. Not too sure what you're asking. I think it sells for more than 2 TOTIS. If you want to sell it, you're going to make good money. I inspired your build with your previous build. It's lovely, it's very good. However, I'm thinking to lower Tempest Flurry level because, man, the mana cost is real. Yeah, I don't really have any mana cost issues with the level 6. I didn't have it before either when I was doing bossing and when I was doing mapping. But when I'm doing simulacrums, it's most definitely an issue. So I got it swapped, so now I don't need to worry about it while mapping at all.
There's a chill in
But
the air.
yeah. Yay us, we got the first one down. We got one Citadel down, we're good to go. And for whatever reason the skeletons weren't... Oh, they glitched again. What is happening? Oh. This is why. Silly, silly. Oh, Jelly? Is it Jelly again? Jelly loves to come by. Goofy guy. What is going on? Yeah, I'm really not a fan of how glitchy the Skeletal Warrior is, but when it works, it really, really works. Very strange indeed. This was working just seconds ago. Well, luckily, that's what the clerics are for. They work every time when you swap it with Herald of Ice, and so that's what I like about it. This guy here being a headache, that's for sure. Let's maybe try and see if I can swap it with the unique one. Maybe the unique scepter works more consistently. I doubt it, but hey, maybe. Nope, same thing. And it's obviously not a spirit cost issue. Okay, so it's just a glitch with using the extra skill slot. It doesn't like using that skill slot, that's for sure. Maybe I gotta turn it off this way? Okay, yeah, that's the glitch. You just gotta mess with the skeletal clerics when it's on. There we go. We got it. Oh, there is definitely going to be an update. There is 100% going to be an update. I've actually got a few things going on here. So first I'm going to start at the top here. So what's my damage on Tempest? It's much lower than it was before because I have down leveled it all the way to level 6. But that doesn't really matter. I don't even have 6 links on here because before I was just using this for inspiration. I'm not using anymore. This was a test and it worked out really well, like really, really well. So it's non-issue. Uh, and yeah, uh, don't worry about this damage. This is basically just utility with overcharge and rage and getting faster attacks. When you open link at the 12, okay, I'm not too sure which build video you're talking about at the 1210, but if you let me know what's happening there, I'd be more than happy to answer it. How much your damage and Thunder Flurry, how much your Dex and Int. My Dex and Int is right here. I could probably mess with this and tweak it and make it better, but I am currently swapping things around and it's not fully perfectly optimized. Like this int, for example, could definitely go down to get another thing of probably Dex. If Strength could get up to 390, that would be great. Or even drop one level of each to get more int. That would be probably the best. Get it up to 360. I'll do that right now. Let's see. Let's see if that makes it better. So our basic, we are going to go off of the bell here, 3697. If I take off one strength and one dex and bring it to int, so 3697, 38,000. So yeah, it definitely goes up when I do this because it brings that breakpoint up. This is still a good breakpoint. This is still a good breakpoint. Probably will go up for Tempest Flurry if I take one more strength out and put it in dex because that would bring it up to 390 or 385. But I don't think that's too worth it. You gave up on the build after the nerfs, Zach? Oh, you didn't need to. You really didn't need to. Here, I'm gonna put this in play now. I'm gonna get... I don't think I have a breach stone. If I have a breach stone, I'll just do this. Oh, I do have a breach stone. Nice. I will be putting out a build update tomorrow for sure. I'm going to actually have a version with Tempest Flurry here, and then as per request, another day I'm also going to put out with Flicker Strike because this works really well with Flicker Strike, and I'm kind of surprised how well it works. Like, you know what? I'm just going to do a map right now, show you Flicker Strike because I know a lot of people want Flicker Strike to work. I haven't done a super intensive uh, run of this yet, but I'm sure we can find something for Flicker Strike to make it work. I don't think I need Martial Tempo for Flicker Strike. You have a question, what was your damage on Tempest Flurry when it was level 19? I think I was like 280,000 or 250,000, somewhere in there, after really reducing all the damage to make it more support and buff other things like the bell. I could have it up to over 1 million, but there's no point. Spree Tree, I am definitely trying to fix the weapon swap stuff. It seems that uh, me just wanting to be lazy with an unset ring in here is causing a little bit of glitch, but as long as you have it set to 0, it gets rid of the glitch and you're able to use this like an extra skills or like holder slot, I guess I should say. You fought max level Arbiter, ran out of charges halfway through the fight, but still beat him down. The good thing about this is you'll keep charges now. You'll keep charges no matter what. It's pretty fantastic. I have finally fixed it. I was really happy about it yesterday. Guillaume, I'm streaming on YouTube because it seems that I can reach more people on YouTube. When I'm on Twitch, I seem to get about like maybe 10 viewers, but last time I was on YouTube, it was over 100. It was pretty crazy. Zach, we have gotten around the nerfs. It's no longer nerfed. And what level of gem am I using? Not max ones. I'm using 19 basically everywhere. Level 19 from gem, 19 from gem, 19 from gem, 19 from gem. The only thing I have level 20 is charge infusion. That's why I really like using it. And I think this is an amazingly strong buff. That's why I like keeping the frenzy and the profane ritual tech going. Okay, so we're gonna do this. First, I'm gonna do a breachstone after flicker strike. I'm doing too many things at once. Here we go. Let's keep overcharge, let's keep rage, and let's keep martial tempo in here. We're gonna get flicker right after this. I got meditate on there now, so I should take off the meditate gems because I keep accidentally deleting them. And go.
Let's try something different.
Grab avatar because avatar just works really well here. So now it's the normal setup. I got persistence and charge staff now because it worked better for simulacrum. I got the normal setup for Tempest Bell, not the simulacrum setup. Everything here is set up properly. So going to hammer this breach to show you how smooth it can be. I definitely plan on streaming on Twitch as well. It's just right now this is my 1,000 subs stream celebration, so I most definitely wanted to do it on YouTube to thank you guys. You've been just absolutely wonderful, and so yeah, I definitely wanted to be here for the stream. Damien, I'm going to be doing a map with Flicker Strike after this to try and show exactly how it would work with this. I got it to work that you don't need to worry about really anything, it just keeps popping. Ooh, that could have been bad. I noticed a stutter when I was loading in, so I had to check, and I'm glad I checked. Look at the floating cat. Oh yeah, the cat is amazing. I brought Pablo into the game. That timing on asking about unset. Yeah. Yeah, the unset, honestly, it would work better if I could just straight up swap an unset out, but I am a little bit capped. Like, if I don't have this cold res, my cold res just dies. But if I could somehow find a way to get that fixed, it would be 100% better with an unset. If I had that tech, yes, 100% is better with unset. So, yeah, just imagine if it's like this. I'd have 61 with an unset ring. So I'd probably have to buff resistances that way. It could be done, it's just right now this is what I got for myself. So yeah, let's go about it. I'm pretty sure I got all this set up right. I got the heralds in there, got elemental invocation. Do I have sacrifice in here? Yes, I do. So I know I got a bunch of stuff in here. You don't need all of it. This is just for the sake of me being, I don't know, lazy, I guess. So yeah, you pop here, first wave, now you got full power charges. My staff is gone, you pop another, I'm just pressing mouse button 4, and I'm getting crazy amounts of power charges the whole time. And thanks to this tech, you're going to have full power charges on the boss. You don't even need to swap to the minions if you don't want to, but you'll see that it works very, very well. And it keeps up all your charges. I got full frenzy charges. I got rid of the jank essentially. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Oh man. Yeah, I could not have imagined hitting 1,000 subs if this was like a month ago when I started this. I never thought I'd get to this point. So you guys, holy crap, you got me here. Thank you so much. Trying to read the comments now. What do you think about Resonance with Castling Crit and Sniper's Mark? Sniper's Mark did not get me any frenzy charges at all because I kill things too fast. It doesn't give a chance for the Sniper's Mark to actually proc. It's definitely good at lower gearing levels because I've heard at lower gearing levels it works really, really well. But when you get too much damage, you're popping things so fast that Mark doesn't have a chance to activate. I tried and tried and tried. Even in Delirium, it did not work. It's very unfortunate. Hey, look, those boots. A lot of leg. Oh, yes, Jelly Monk, it was all you. Thank you. Hey, grabbing all the things off the ground because why not? You see that I got full elemental evocation on that. That's basically how you're getting this to make it both. Speed Tree, I can't stream on both right now because I do not have enough internet bandwidth. It's something I need to make an investment into so that I can stream on both. I tried once and it just crashed. It was really bad. My rolls on stream brought the reviews. Your jelly rolls? Apparently people are getting a little bit excited about that. What is decline? Yeah. That is a little bit much. So just to kind of show what you can do, you don't need to do it this way, but you swap over, and then you put on your skeletal clerics here. You bash it up to really high onto the weapon swap, because that way when you swap, you get all of these minions. You also need sacrifice, which you swap out for Grim Feast. But here you come to the boss, you got all this ready to go, you're set. You just, boop, elemental evocation. Look at all those power charges come in. Now get a fully charged staff. You can do it multiple times if you wanted to do it manually, but it's not necessary. So now you come down here, something's off. Oh, I guess using the lower level Tempest Flurry really messed with the damage here. So, yeah, I'm glad I checked that. Lower level Tempest Flurry is a problem. Okay, so yeah, after this I'm going to swap back to the higher level Tempest Flurry because it seems to really increase the damage on everything else. That's interesting to find out, because usually it's just a one pop done. 10k monk subs? Oh man. If I ever get there, wow, that's... I don't think I'll make it that high, but if I do, hell yeah. Uh, how I resolve my build going mind over matter for more tankier monk stats build? You could, if you're able to stop yourself from going down here and save all these points. That's actually something I'm going to be talking about today. But yeah, you'd then spend coming down here to mind over matter. And then you may even be able to double up and go with Eldritch Battery, but I don't know if you'll be able to get it. Unset Ring with Cold Res. If it had everything else, then hell yeah. I'm probably going to do it, grab an Unset Ring. Oh, that's why my damage was so low. I didn't put on any of my boss rings and I completely took that off. Like, look at that. I got 30,000 damage on there versus 56,000, so I was about half the damage I should have apparently, but with a lot of multipliers missing. Oh man, that's funny. Trying to go fast on stream and making it look bad and silly. Alrighty. Dropping all of this. Like, yeah, this is legitimately the reason why it's better to try and find the unset instead of playing around, but it's still fun. You have to slam your mana flask on cooldown. What nodes could I drop to take some mana cost reduction ones? There are some that you could go for, Rise, but I think the best thing you could do is dropping the cast on. Even Invocation here does some pretty good work with this new tech. I would say down leveling some stuff. I'm going to actually do one more breach because this is my first breach since putting all this together. So I literally just do this with the unset because I really don't like swapping in the inventory. It's too slow, whereas here you can do the whole swap. So that's that reason, but yeah, I still even have all my meditate skills on here. Let's get rid of the meditate skills. Here's my mapping stuff, just for the sake of getting the good. Here's the other mapping one. Got that right? Yes, I do. Okay, good. Ascendancy here. And then drop these three.
Speak.
How do you not run into mana problems? Hold on, I gotta start from the top here. Thank you very much, 331. I don't feel like I deserve it, but I definitely do put in the work. Thank you so much, though. Skelly glitch is annoying. Sacrifice tech is bricked. Pepe, I think the reason for the sacrifice glitch is just having weapon swap 2 checked. If you check it off, it fixes. See, like if you swap that off, it fixes. I'm doing something that adds another layer of brickiness with putting skeletal clerics in a slot that I don't have. If you take that off, it works really well. Yeah, definitely lowest level profane ritual helps with mana cost as well. I do not even know. Oh, yeah, I'm getting it from this, of course. 2 to level all spell skills. I got this 2 level all spell skills to help when I'm using meditate, as well as the energy shield recharge rate. And then yeah, I don't have mana problems because I got, I think it's actually down here. I got this recover 2% mana kill. It's fantastic, and then honestly I don't even need it anymore because I have down leveled the Tempest Flurry. It's a temporary thing. With my super low level Tempest Flurry without 6 slots, it's 131,000. People keep asking. It's 131,000. And no ignite on boss. Yeah, I really janked that one up, Speetree. This one here will be much better of a test. With the actual proper setup, I'm going to put in the right stuff this time instead of just being an idiot. Exalted. I need exalted. Oh, that's nice. You get one for 125. They're expensive now. What the heck? Exalted breach stone. Oh, but these went up as well. Jeez. Pay 75 for it. There we go. Come on, game. Drop all my rings in there. Level 6 Tempest Flurry does more than your level 18. I believe you, Pepe. That mana cost does help a lot. I didn't like it when I first tried it when I had a much lower damage, but now that I got enough damage to do basically whatever I want, the lower mana cost is amazing. Wisdom, I do have a build guide for this. It is going to be getting updated because my build guide is pre-patch, and this is obviously post-patch. So it is going to get updated, but there is definitely build guide. And oh yeah, thank you. The Warrior. That would definitely help with the boss as well. If I'm doing a breach, I put the Warrior in. But no, Warrior is absolutely terrible for survivability. You die a lot with it in mapping. I got 6,000 energy shield right now with it, but 10,000 without it. 6,000 is still quite a bit, but because I have so much energy shield tech to stack it to as high as I can go, and this is even a really high rolled Warrior, it's not good. It's not good at all for survivability. So yeah, we're going to put all this together again. We got the skeletal clerics there, and we got the sacrifice here, and we got the proper rings. We're going to do this now and show you how it actually looks instead of that scuffed one. I mean, obviously, if you got a little bit of gameplay mechanics, it's not an issue, but how long can I flurry without killing anything? Infinity, basically. This is with the down leveled one. Yeah, I do have Verana. Yeah, this is what the low level flurry does, and so I got this because when I have combat frenzy, it gives me the big skill speed, so that way it makes me go so much faster. And yes, I do have Verana. I got Verana right here, which gives me the big energy shield boost. Without this, with Warrior, I go down to 3,700. But I mean, I also have this natural energies, which helps. That's because it's a level 15 flurry static. If you down level it, it'll help. I've got a level 19 one right here, and it can drain it pretty quick too. So like a 1-to-1 comparison, putting on martial tempo for the attack speed and primal armament for the damage, and then I'm even going to add inspiration wherever that is. I'm going to add inspiration to drop the mana cost down. This is 31 mana, but I attack so fast that it drains it really quickly, and so it becomes an issue for things like Simulacrum. This isn't too quickly for me because I get it back faster with mana on kill, but comparatively, this without inspiration, instead of 30 something, it's 12 mana. So you can just go for basically forever. So yeah, gonna go this way. I don't need the level 19 Tempest Flurry. Got the Twisted Domain. This is now the second time I'm going to be trying this out. Why is this saying can't turn on? Oh, because Moria, of course. In here, I turn
Shocking.
off the Frenzy and Charge Infusion just for the wave because Moria has so much energy shield reduction. So therefore you get less spirit. It's harder to play around. So I drop these for the wave itself, but for the boss, obviously I turn these off, get the charges, and go nuke it. Gotta be something. You need that. Oh yeah, it's huge, prayers. It's absolutely huge. It scales with your strength though, so you gotta get good strength. Skill speed also affects Tempest Flurry attack speed? Yes it does. 100% it does. It affects it by a lot. So right now I have, with this crazy setup, 9.62 attacks per second. If I were to have these on, like you'd see on the boss if I had it on, it would say like probably 11 attacks per second. Yeah, it just keeps going up in price over and over and over. Same thing with like the Astromentus. It's terrible. Some things are always going to be reach goals, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Definitely getting there. What does the Verona Jewel do aside from circular teachings? The number roll also changes the notables around. Like I got natural energies instead of maiming strike. Here, steel and sorcery instead of whatever this would be. So like this would be a shock tree, but instead it's giving me arcane surge and magnitude of bleeding. Before it was magnitude of shock and mana regen. Before this was maim chance and attack. So that's what it does. You can just buy the cheapest, then RNG divine it. Yeah, but unfortunately, Jesse, the cheapest one is like 2 or 3 divine cheaper than Verana. But yeah, you're right. Cheapest non-corrupt is 30. What the hell? So it went up 10 divs since yesterday. Wow. How big of a DPS increase Ingenuity is? Sure. Ingenuity with Moria on is nuts. So the thing that matters to look at is Bell. 46,400 something to 39,000. If you're wanting to look on Tempest Flurry, it goes from 140,000 to 180,000. And this is a level 6 Tempest Flurry. So more than double it if you got it to level 19 or 20. What would you recommend doing with those stats? Anything you want, lol prayers. You can do pretty much anything. I would say probably drop your int down a bit to bump up your strength, and you're gonna be, yeah, you can succeed with whatever you want to do. 3% skill speed and 3% attack speed are basically the same thing, or is one better than the other? I don't know if one's better than the other. As far as I'm aware, they're basically the same thing, because when you get, I believe it's these ones, yeah, these ones, they're basically attack speed, but they also work with other things. I believe they also might work with like dodge rolls and stuff, but I'm not 100% certain on that. So yeah, the showcase, all the same stuff. I got the heralds on, cleric off, evocation on, you go. So then you just hit evocation once, and oh, look at all these power charges coming in. You got a fully charged staff. I press evocation again. I'm getting more power charges. I don't need to stop. I don't need to cast anything. I don't need to hope cast on freeze or cast on crit get enough, because Eldritch Evocation just always gets it. If you have power charges set up ready to go, you can press it and then go into the boss without having to worry about anything. So like right now I just press the charges and then the rest come in because the little delay on Profane Ritual, it's really nice. One thing that's kind of difficult on this is staying slow enough for the breach, because if I want to I could go like way past it. It's being burdened with success, I guess. Thank you very much, Bapest. Wow. EcoG, how is your... Oh yeah, your survivability will suck with Warrior. You're at the point with that many stats that you don't need more damage. What you need is survivability. Like, survivability is what will do it for you right now. So just get like a evasion or split or pure energy shield base, whichever you want, whichever you're building into, and it will help you out a ton, a massive ton, because Warrior just does not keep up with survivability. All it is the glass cannon, so that is why it's kind of useful for bossing only. Keep getting a bunch of level 19 skill gems, that's nice. So yeah, proper setup this time. We're gonna do a proper setup. I just put on the unset to swap this, and you turn off the heralds. Turn off both of them, because unfortunately this costs a bit. I think I only need one on here. I put on these guys. Yeah. Okay, so this works, this fits well. I got Charge, Infusion, Combat Frenzy, except for Grim Feast costs 30 and Sacrifice is 60, right? Yeah, Sacrifice is 60. So I'm going to have to take this off. I'm 4 short. Ah, damn it. With Warrior, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get this to work. I'm going to have to figure something out. I might just... Oof. Curses. Turning this off for the temporary. Oh, man. So anyways, swap. I should have a bunch of minions on weapon. I've only got one? I don't need you on 2. So get more skeletals. There we go. Good enough. I got a bunch here. This is with Warrior, so it's going to be a little bit awkward. But here, you cast your ritual. I got sacrifice on, right? Yeah. Oops. Whatever. I got enough. And murk the boss. I got to actually put the stuff on properly. I'm trying to say I'm doing a proper showcase, but I'm actually not, because I'm just being lazy. Oopsie. I think the boss is still going. That's not good. There we go. I'm gonna actually do this properly now. I gotta figure this out. Yeah, Warrior is not feeling good with this tech, unfortunately, because of the spirit cost. I'm gonna do this without. I didn't like that at all. I'm glad I'm testing this out right now on stream, because you can see how it feels when you do it wrong. And I keep forgetting the rings. What the hell? Jesus. Oh, I'm bad at this. Oh, man. Yeah, definitely. Definitely the wrong chess piece for this. Come on. I gotta figure this one out. I gotta get this right so it feels smooth before I put the video out. I don't want it to feel stupid is the thing. I want it to feel really good for you guys. That's why I'm putting this together. Okay, so I can do this now. The only issue is sacrifice costing 60 and replacing it with Grim Feast. That's the only reason why it feels a little bit jank. Very much so a test run. This is all for science. I died twice doing simulacrums last night trying to get this right, but I got it feeling really good in Sims, and now I just need to get it good for everything else with minimal changes, minimal swaps, minimal anything. So when I swap, it seems to keep putting Ice Strike checked on. That's what keeps breaking it, and it's unfortunate. These glitches are weird, that's all I can say. Hopefully GGG fixes them. Reach Stone, Exalted Orbs. I don't have enough Exalted again. I don't think I have any Chaos Orbs, do I? I got 6. That's not enough. Sacrifice some of these. Do like 25. I think I get like 6 with it. So how about like 30? Oh, I see. I'm going to need to go like 32. Let's go 33. I don't even know how many Artificer Orbs I have. I probably just nuked my supply. Yeah, I did. And go 20 for 9. Seems about right. 8. 2.5. Yeah, sure. Not the second one. I didn't mean to do that. I still got Divines, but I don't have Exalt. I need to farm more Exalt here. Maybe 75. You made 75 div today. Holy crap. You can't do tier 4 simulacrum? I just did a tier 4 simulacrum last night and made it feel really, really good and smooth. I was happy with it. Hence why I wanted to start streaming and showing this off. But it seems I'm going to need a little bit more refining for a few things. Let's just sell 3 more Chaos Orbs for 7? Sound about right? 4 for 10? Or for... whatever, let's just go 3 for 7. And now I got Exalted in here for Breachstone. It was 74 for 1. Was just farming and selling the omens, etc. Omens are from rituals, not from simulacrum, Silas. I'm not too sure what you're saying. Do I have this wrong? Guess I got this wrong. There we go. This one here can go into my dump tab. Okay, so how am I putting this together? Somebody please slap me if I forget to swap the ring back on again, because that's twice in a row and that's just embarrassing. That's the first breach I've died to in a very long time, all because I'm just trying to do too many things at once. Oh, what did I get here?
Hey.
Oh, 8. Exalt. Nice.
Go on.
You keep getting stun locked in rounds 14, 15, drop some, such as Delirium's made some money. Oh, honestly, having a single minion there helps a lot because it takes the aggro off of you for a bit, and then you just drop big AoE bells, and that's what keeps them off of you. It helped me an immense amount, and yeah, I'm kind of sort of consistently doing simulacrums, but they can still be a problem. They're very tough. They're probably the hardest content in the game right now. So yeah, got everything here set up, ready to go. Should be good. I don't think I'm missing anything. If I am, I'll figure it out later.
Relentless assault!
Got my power charges. You definitely feel the loss of damage with the level 6 Tempest Flurry there, but once you get the Heralds popping, they're just popping like crazy. And then yeah, obviously I'm getting all these charges again. It feels really good. The more damage you have, the less you need it for the up level Tempest Flurry. So that is a definite positive. And yeah, I'm surprised it just takes all these bodies that I thought would have shattered, but because Herald of Ice doesn't shatter, it would with Pulse Recline, so it wouldn't work with Pulse Recline, I don't think. But it definitely works here with the regular Herald tech. Lots of bodies left over because Herald of Thunder isn't freezing everything. You're at 100k, Tempest Fury level 6, that's pretty good, prayers. You ain't gonna slap me, Spree? uh, yeah. Yeah, I have a background in it, but I'm pretty gentle. There we go. Now I'm not going to use the evocation until the end. I'm just going to leave it charged. I got more than enough charge staff to make it to the end. When you run out of power charges, you just click Elemental Evocation. Yeah, it casts in maps against all the corpses you're leaving around, and on bosses, I use a little bit of minion tech to sacrifice them instead, and it works pretty well, but it it's got some glitches that GGG will need to fix. It's not on the tech, it's on the game. So right now, on set ring, just because I want to be able to swap like this and not have to move all those one at a time. Then here, before I forget again, I actually put the right stuff on. I don't have Moria, so that way I have the extra spirit to play with. And then for just making this work smooth, you make sure you have these guys off on both sets. I don't know why that's saying off on one. You turn it on one. But then here, you would have, I could get 3 minions here with it, and you get like 6 here. So now because I got 3 minions, I don't even need to swap. So if I ran around with this, I could legitimately do it this way and just swap 1 for 1 like this. But the thing you do need to swap is you need to put Sacrifice on Grim Feast. That one is important. Okay, so that's where the extra spirit came from. I was wondering why I had so much extra spirit. There we go. You need Sacrifice on there. If I had even 5 more spirit, if I had up to 250, I could have 2 out at a time. But it's not an issue, because when you swap, you get this the minions from here, and you can also jack how many minions you summon here when you take off things like Combat Frenzy and Charge Infusion. So like Charge Infusion you don't want on 2. The only thing you want Rockin' on 2 is Skeletal Clerics, Elemental Evocation, and Sacrifice. So when you're doing a whole bunch of boss thing back and forth, you could just leave this on the whole time and not worry about it. This is just me trying to be min-maxy, jumping from content to content. But legitimately, I could just leave this on, keep Herald of Ice off, do the waves with Herald of Thunder. It actually feels really good that way. It feels really good. But I'm showing all the potential options. But yeah, you got all these minions on your swap. When you come off, you still got this one, so if you wanted to use Minion Pact, like on your bell or something, for 40% more damage, it is absolutely bonkers how much damage it gives you. So, yeah, you come here, summon all the charges. You got 5 charges now. Charge your staff. Everything should be set up and running properly. And then you hit Avatar and go to town. There you go. And that's without Moria. That's normal damage. Takes 2 bells with normal damage, usually 1 with Moria, but here we're trying to get the power charges going. It works pretty dang well. This is better proof of concept. This is the way that you do it if you're just doing breaches over and over. Probably just honestly leave this in and only swap out Sacrifice for Grim Feast and don't worry about Herald of Ice. I think that's probably the way to do it. Alright, so yeah, at 100k, Tempest Flurry level 6 is really, really good. I got 216 right now, level 6. But I got some pretty crazy good gear. Level 6 there. It's just level 6. Yeah, Nerfier definitely. Nerfier makes it feel worse. I don't think I'm going to do it anymore. Unfortunately, you lose the big one-shots on the boss there, but instead of doing one shot, you do 2-shot. That's completely fine. It's completely fine. It feels smoother without. So like if I leave this in, literally I could just run around and only do this and then do this. And then that's the only swap I do. Elemental Invocation. It costs Profane Ritual, so when it's got all these charges here, like it charges up really fast, really, really fast. Like it's crazy fast whenever you freeze, shock, or ignite, and that's all the time. And so then you can cast it on your minions here, and it sacrifices them, and oh look, you got big, big power charges. And then when I charge my staff, it auto swaps back to 1 and just gets me ready to fight. To copy or build, but use Ice Strike, do I literally just change the skill and I'm set? Yeah, that's it. That's all, Michael McCree. All you have to do is swap Tempest Flurry for Ice Strike and you're good to go. Don't need to change anything else. Oop, wrong tab. So now I'm putting back on the normal stuff. This here's my big, big damage bossing setup. So I don't wear it all the time just because, well, rarity is a thing, unfortunately. And now I'm gonna try this with Flicker Strike. Oh, you want a simulacrum run, Bethesda? Okay, I could do a sim. I did one last night. I know it works well. I know it works really well. It can be a little bit difficult because sims are just really highly tuned right now, but I'm pretty sure we could pull one off. And if I get lucky, then maybe I'll even make some currency off of it because the drops in there can be fantastic. This looks good. Precursors. This close enough. I got so many rings that I need to actually craft on. Alright, so if I'm doing sim, then that means I'm not going to be doing Flicker Strike yet. Do you guys want Flicker Strike first or sim? Joe, the reason why I'm doing this instead of Ray's Shield is just because this allows me to use Meditate a little bit faster, and because I use Meditate quite a bit, I like it. But Ray's Shield is just as good. It's probably easier to flip through, but if I swapped and made my weapon swap 5 instead of X, it would feel a lot better. But it's entirely preference. It's entirely preference. Okay, would you ever look at other creator builds and give advice how to make them even better for late game? I got a lot of inspiration for this build from other creators for sure. Like, Travik was the only guy that went up in here, and then I saw another guy with the one that gives you like percent attributes here with like spaghettification in here and hitting these. I thought that was a really good idea. I don't have it yet, but I'm going to be, well, actually I have something similar, but I haven't put it in place yet, and I'm going to be implementing that. And but I also saw how he had from nothing for resonance, and I was like, that's really interesting, but is there a better place for it? And I'm pretty sure I found a really better place for it. It's nuts. Alright, you found out if you kill the ranged minions first, you won't get stun locked. It's always the weenies that do the most damage. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we got one vote for Flicker, one vote for Simulacrum. Anybody else? And so then obviously just coming up over here for the attributes is a big deal. But like nobody was touching this. That was just a me thing. And I really enjoyed popping this way. I started trying to use some weapon swap tech, but it didn't feel the best or necessary, so I'm doing it this way. Winter, I actually have POB, but it's currently not fully set in place. Uh, so, alrighty. We got a bunch of people saying Sims. One guy, Guillaume's wanting Arbiter. Okay, we'll do Sim, and then we'll do Arbiter, and then we'll do Flicker. Because I do have the stones for Arbiter right now. You can do Sim first, got time to watch. Thanks for testing the guides. Okay, Jesse. Sounds perfect. Alrighty, we'll take out the Flicker stuff. And I don't use Grim Feast for Simulacrum. I don't use Unbound Avatar for Simulacrum. I very much so go into Meditate. I find is extremely helpful for this.
Let's try something
And then
different.
when I'm in Meditate, I take Unbreakable, I take Wind Wave, even though I never really use it during those. And then Energy Barrier and Arcane Tempo. I'm pretty sure there's another one in there. But this is Simulacrum, so I go all out. I put the stuff in. It's an ingenuity for sure. It's difficult enough to warrant actually specializing your build for it. Okay, so with Tempest Bell, you take out concentrated effects. It nerfs you, and then obviously Herald of Ice does not work in here, so you put magnified. This isn't magnified effect. Magnified effect into Tempest Bell to make the AoE really big. Got all the belts in the game except for Headhunter. It's crazy. Good for you, little prayers. And Jordan Garcia, solve the issues with mana remnants. You can, but right now I'm feeling a little bit skill slot starved. If you had a single unset ring instead of like the sapphire ring, yes, 100% you can use mana remnants. Mana remnants is a fantastic skill and people are sleeping on it. People are really sleeping on it. It's way too good. I'll put these in just to make it work well and easy. Like this helps so much with it. Just putting in your actual damage rings, and I don't think mana or Magic Find actually matters in Simulacrum whatsoever, because the only thing that matters is the drop at the end and the emotions, the distilled emotions. That's what matters. So you got Charge Infusion, you got Sacrifice, you got Combat Frenzy. You leave all of this on. Elemental Invocation. You come on here to jack your clerics up, so when you swap, you get a whole bunch of them, and when you're off, you still get the one. And this is, I think, all the swap I need to do. Oh, one more thing. I like Shock Siphon onto Tempest Flurry instead of Overcharge, because Overcharge is just for bosses. This will help keep you alive a little bit. Yes, Bethesda. I actually recorded it last night, just a raw doing this, but I haven't been able to post it yet. But I can try putting it up there. Yeah, Jordan Garcia, Mana Remnants, really helps. What makes it so good? It keeps your mana up all the time, and it can overleech and overcap your mana. So when you're going from encounter to encounter, you just got so much mana that you're not worrying about it. It counters the drain really hardcore. What's the name of the skill you're using to spawn the minions on primary weapon? Skeletal Clerics. And then on the weapon swap, it's Skeletal Warrior. I'm using this as literally just a meat shield. With a little elemental army and minion mastery to make it better. I'm sure there's other minion skills to make it even better, but I'm not worrying about it. I don't have a Simulacrum. I need to buy one. I think I need to sell 2 Divines to get the Simulacrum, though. I have Divine, I need Exalt, sell 2 for 250, 251. 120, 250. And now I need to buy a Simulacrum. Ah, it's at 153 now. No! How dare you, whoever you are. Whatever, I'll get it pretty soon. You have mana issues at level 7? You must be running cast on tech that is just completely annihilating your mana pool. I do not like cast on crit, cast on shock kind of thing if it's doing too much. Cast on freeze works really well for mapping to get your profane ritual going, but I like elemental implication better because then you can control it and it doesn't just nuke your mana. You press it once, you got full charges, you're good. I think that's definitely the way to go. Did you just collect all the X like in a stack? Yeah, you did. You press Control or Control Shift, then you left click it, and it all comes. It's way better than just clicking it 30 times. So here, this is a max level Simulacrum. It's not down leveled, I'm not messing with you guys. I'm pretty sure I got everything set up here. I don't I don't think I messed anything up. I got Herald of Ice off because it just doesn't work there. I've got the evocation going with retention. Yeah, this looks right. Just because if you were having issues and you had my level of spirit, you could toss clarity in there, but it's absolutely not required with this. If I had the higher level Tempest Flurry, I'd say yes, but right now I don't think it's worth it. Or not worth it, that's the wrong word. I don't think it's required. So here in Simulacrum, once you got your gem set up, just quickly do a little test here. You gotta do one swap. You got this whole army of minions. That's fantastic. Perfect. You just charge up between rounds your energy shield and you start it. Only the first round is going to have low power charges because, well, we're not really killing too much yet. What you do is you drop the bell and you smack the bell over and over. If you really wanted this in your first round, you could go like this. Great, now I got full power charges. And then also, because it charges up so fast, I got full charges ready to go for next round as well. And as you can see, the bell just nukes everything, but this is also still the first wave, so don't put too much onus in the very first wave. Cool looking armor, that one. So now, I just swap, cast evocation, and then attack to get my stuff, and oh look, I got fully charged everything. I got all these charges. Boom. And the bell is basically how I keep things off of me. You get that huge AoE thanks to your int scaling. If you had more int than me, it would be even bigger AoE, and you'd be even safer. But like you said there, it's the little range guys that keep popping you, nickeling you, and diming you of your energy shield as you do this. And so that's why you pop up your energy shield between waves. I kind of wish I could have Grim Feast on here, but I think it works better going this way with the Cleric to keep you alive instead of dropping the Cleric and having Grim Feast, because I would rather not get hit a few times than be able to recover when I do get hit. You could also try dropping Herald of Thunder. It's definitely an option, but it does help freeze and do some AoE stuff from where you're not hitting, so I like having it on as well. It's just unfortunate that we need Combat Frenzy. I tried really hard to get this to work with Sniper's Mark, and Sniper's Mark just wouldn't proc like ever. And it works better with evocation than all the cast on stuff. So every once in a while you'd get it, but it was not consistent whatsoever. And so you were just, yeah, you were missing a lot of stuff. Jeans, is it better with Ice Strike? No, I don't think so, because Ice Strike, you don't move around when you attack, and moving around with Tempest Flurry seemed to keep me alive a lot more than Ice Strike's blinking around, because the Ice Strike blinking around was super inconsistent. With this with the Tempest Flurry, I'm avoiding a lot of projectiles, which is super helpful for a guy without any evasion.
This is only the beginning.
So yeah, coming again here. The bell, stacking that AoE with the beautiful, beautiful pillar staff is how we survive here in Simulacrums. You need to stack your int, and you need to stack your strength, and then don't forget about dex as well, but your dex is definitely the least important. With that said though, I think, oh no, my dex is the lowest. Okay, good. I am following by example, or leading by example. Why am I not streaming on Twitch? Because I do not have the internet bandwidth to do both at the same time right now. And I seem to be able to get my message out to more people on YouTube, and it allows me to auto-upload to YouTube right now. When I'm able to update and improve my internet bandwidth, which will be a money thing, I just don't have the money right now to be able to afford it. But when I can, I will upgrade it so that way I can stream on both at the same time, and that will be the best. I will be streaming on Twitch later in the week for sure though. But today this is my 1,000 subs on YouTube, and I would very much so want to thank you guys on YouTube, the platform you are supporting me so much on. When you try the cast on stuff with profane, it always seems to come out when you don't need it to. Yeah, that is why I like having with evocation. It's always working when I need it, and only when I need it. And so also one other thing here, you're asking does combat frenzy affect my attack speed? Remember before it was like 9, or right now I got 8.47 without Warrior. So 8.47 with no Warrior, this is my regular chest piece, and now when I get some frenzy charges, now that I have a frenzy charge, it is up to 9.52. It is, yeah, a full attack per second, you'd be needing a lot of attack speed to get that. A lot of attack speed. And the higher attack speed you get, the more it scales. And so I'm going to be trying to get some more attack speed on the tree, and I'll show you how I do that later. If I could get Grim Feast on here, honestly, I think Elemental Expression might actually be good for this kind of thing. Because the extra projectiles hitting the bell when you're moving around means you don't have to be right next to the bell all the time. It might be pretty nice. But like, as you can see, I still got like 20 seconds left on my charge staff, and my Skeletal Cleric, he's taken damage, which means I wasn't. That is a wonderful little way to deal with this. So yeah, again, just remember to charge yourself up between rounds, sacrifice the minions, charge your staff, you're good to go. And it's really fast to get your bell, really fast and easy to get it. It's shocking, it's igniting, it's freezing, it's electrocuting, it's doing everything that you need. So yeah, you're going to stay alive as long as you keep just spamming your bell, and with a little bit of mana on kill, and with a lower level Tempest Flurry, you're not going to have mana issues. Especially with lower attack speed, it'll help you not have mana issues again.
Arms for the monastery.
So yeah. I love this because it got rid of the jank. This here feels really smooth, it doesn't feel janky at all. As you can tell, I'm just able to run, I'm not swapping too much. I change it a little bit for mapping because that way I can get Grim Feast for mapping. But you could do Delirium all day, or Simulacrum all day, and not have a problem with this. Oh, I know. The bell is important to scale up. That's the power of Magnified Effect. And, for example, when it's with Concentrated Effect instead of Magnified Effect, if I were to do this, the AoE is tiny. So that is why you really need to do Magnified Effect on here. If you don't, you're gonna die. This is fantastic with bosses. Absolutely fantastic with bosses. I no longer use Warrior on here for the bosses, though. I just tried testing that out with Breaches, and it felt too janky. So it actually stopped me from needing to do another swap. I am needing to do 2 bells now on the bosses, but at the same time I am functionally immortal against them. So it's okay. It's okay. Stream Elements just announced a way to multi-stream for completely free, worth a look into. Oh, I'll definitely test into that. I can try putting up Streamlabs and OBS to do each one at a time, but it was a bandwidth thing. But if Stream Elements works, hell yeah, that sounds fantastic. Gonna have to make the swap for Delirium Realms. Yeah, 100k with Flurry level 9, that's good, Tadas. That's really good. Like, you definitely have room to improve, but that's still really good. Do not sell yourself short. Like, just because my numbers are big doesn't mean that that's the number that you should be expecting. It's just, that's the numbers that you can get, and mine definitely aren't even as high as they can be. A lot of people have a lot higher numbers than I do. But what people don't have is the level of synergy and the dual charges, and I really like the dual charges. See, like the minion finally went down there, so it's gonna resurrect pretty soon, but
Fury
it did its
unleashed.
job of keeping things off me for a while. There's always someone with higher number DPS, but it's all sheet DPS. Exactly. Like, for example, one thing that people always ask is, hey, what's your Tempest Flurry numbers? Tempest Flurry numbers don't matter. It's your Tempest Bell. And beyond Tempest Bell, something like Immolate doesn't even show up in here. Something like Min Impact doesn't even show up in here. So this is a 30 and a 40% multiplier on top of this. Plus, the Rising Tempest doesn't really show up on here either, but that's another 36% multiplier every time you touch Elemental Evocation or Avatar, and then there's Avatar on top of it. Close Combat doesn't show up on here either, and the only thing that does show up is when you put on uh, wherever it is, Concentrated Effect. That's the only one that shows numbers. But then the other thing that people aren't seeing is, I should do it this way, 30% more damage per elemental ailment afflicting the bell. Well, I got shock from all the lightning damage. I got electrocute from the Tempest Staff, Neural Overload, and electrocute here, which is another 30% more. And then I got burning slash ignite from the fire damage on my ring here, so that's another 30% more. And then because the cold as well, that's chill and freeze, so that's 30 and 30 again, 60% more. The damage is not. It's definitely not a question. It's nuts. It scales so hard, and you have to get all the little ailments. Because I hit every ailment on here, it goes even crazier. Now I don't know if there's like maybe wither would be a thing, but I don't think that counts as an elemental ailment because it says elemental ailment. So yeah, it doesn't say anything about the chaos stuff. So I have ignite, chill, freeze, shock, and electrocute for 150% more damage. You aren't going to be able to uh, get higher damage scaling than elemental ailments with just a tiny little bit of fire damage and cold damage. What do I do instead of immolate on fire damage on rings? The potential is really, really good on here. I like minion pack because it's a 40% more. Uh, there was another one you could put primal armaments if you want. There's the elemental one that makes it so you can't do ailments, but I'm not a fan of that because the bell puts elements on everything and it's amazing for survivability in all content. So I don't like putting that one on there, but that is an option for damage if you're just wanting to nuke bosses. And yeah, I really like the dual chargers. It's so much attack speed, it's so much crit chance, and saves things off your tree. And yeah, Anox, I 100% am trying to get endurance charges on there. I think if I had a flat physical on ring, I might be able to get it because there's a skill that says break armor equal to something of your physical damage, and then another one that is 20% chance to gain an endurance charge when you break armor. So that one is the only way that I could think to get all three charges, and I was not able to get that to work, but that might just be because I don't have physical damage on rings. Uh, this ring here, I got 2 low rolls that increase chaos and accuracy rating that I do not have. I'm going to try and get those omens that re-roll the lowest mod, and I'll roll those off and really, fingers crossed, hope to get some physical, and if it does, then I can test that out. What's the third gem in Tempest? It's Shock Siphon. I put this on here for Simulacrum specifically to help me stay alive a little bit. If you had around 60 div budget, what priority order would you put on each piece of gear? These two for your first 3 div, then like get a really good chest piece and the belt, and then really good rings. Those ones are the most important. Spend whatever you have to get some good gear for your boots, helmet, and amulet, but they're less important. And I would suggest getting an amulet with no res, so that if you ever do get Astromentus, you don't need to change your gear to upgrade. Then, yeah, boots and helmet, their number one thing is to get resistances and then extra attributes if you can afford it. After that, you definitely need jewels with strength on it, and you can get all of that for 60 div or less. And then afterwards, after you've got it all, get the Verana Jewel. This thing is crazy, crazy good for energy shield scaling, but it's so expensive now. I got it at 12 div. It was 6 the day before, and now apparently it's like 38. So maybe jump on it fast if you can, so that it doesn't go up higher. But I have a feeling it might actually go down in the next couple of weeks because of logbooks and expedition being better. You just spent divs, 4 divs for it like 3 days ago, running overwhelming on the longest. Yeah, overwhelming strike is fantastic. And Warrior can be actually really good for getting res because you could slot a bunch of all res jewels in it, and you could also get the all res as the base one, but it's a little bit hard to get survivability with it, and you lose so much spirit that hurts as well. So yeah, we're gonna continue this. I don't even know what wave we are on, but you know what, we're in a good spot. One thing that's weird is when you swap between weapon skills, for whatever reason I seem to lose a little energy shield now, and not just because I got more energy shield on my offhand. It's like it holds the percent now, so I lose the tiny little bit of health. There we go. So yeah. Bring up your energy shield. Swap, cast, start, fight. This is the tech. It lasts extremely well. The only issue is if you drop the bell in a bad spot and then you're not really doing anything with it as the bosses spawn, that can hurt you a bit. So when the bosses start spawning, you generally want to have it in an area where it can actually take them out. So like right now I'm getting hit by some sort of spinning sword. I don't know what that's about or where it's from, but there we go. What is this thing and why is it still going? Is it hitting me? Yeah, it's definitely still hitting me. What is this thing? I've not seen that before and it's just not going away. There we go, finally. That was annoying. Those boots aren't worth anything. We gotta stop picking up ultimatums. Where is my stash? There it is. A little bit difficult not picking up things that you don't want. This sign here and the failed hideout basically hide the stash. It's a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, this here is probably the hardest wave other than the end one because it's such a small corridor. So this one here you definitely got to make sure you're prepared for. You charge yourself up, use your charges, swap back, start, and go. And so the number one trick, get the bell down as fast as possible. Once you get it down, everything is so close to you that it's no issue, but if you don't get the bell down quick, you can get swarmed easy in this small spot. This one here, be prepared to drop it the second it's up. Oh, that's interesting. I've never had a boss spawn in this one before. I thought this was only regular minions. But yeah, it can be one of the faster waves if, ooh, that's a cool armor. I've never seen that before. It can be one of the faster waves if you get lucky and take them all fast, but it can also be the one that really overwhelms you. Pog Despair drop. Is Despair a good one? The only one I really know that is amazingly good is Isolation. That's the one that I'm always looking to get. I haven't had it drop yet. Also good as Megalomaniac with Passive Power Within. Probably really good. So I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek right now. You guys, the 57 of you, you're here to see it when nobody else does. I got Against the Darkness with a good dex roll. I got extra damage as fire to help with the bell, but getting strength or int would be better. This is definitely a good item though. I got From Nothing with Iron Reflexes and Megalomaniac with Jack of all trades. So with all that together, I'm going to be able to take off all of these nodes here, all of them, and I potentially could come all the way up to here and take all of them off and move my Heroic Tragedy up to here and just anoint or allocate Circular Teaching from Whispers of Doom, and it's going to completely transform the tree. That is not something I'm doing today, though. That's something that's going to require a little bit of uh, just planning and looking at the tree for an extended period of time. But I think it's going to be insane. So that is the sneak peek. Okay, so you could probably use controlled metamorphosis to reach volcanic skin as well. Yes, you could. Volcanic skin there is good, but I am going to move my controlled metamorphosis from here. I'm going to allocate these to get the points, and then I'm going to move this to here. So instead of getting the 8% fire, I'm going to get Wildstorm for essentially free. Then it's also going to get me serrated edges. If I want first approach, I can get that for nuking things a little bit harder on the first hit, but I don't think I'll need this. But it is an option for mapping for sure. And then mental toughness if I wanted to put in my level 19 Tempest Flurry back in, because I'm also going to be coming up and getting this, and that would be a total of like 25 or 28% reduced cost. Where are you? 25% reduced cost. So that might be worth it to get the big damage back in place. And then obviously I'm going to be coming up here for the evasion energy shield. And to go along with that, because I really wanted to test it, I bought these as well. I don't know if this is worth it because I don't have the extra attribute, but I mean it's a pretty solid helmet and I got this for 1 divine. Like, this is definitely worth trying and testing out. This is super worth trying and testing out. Same thing with this body armor. It's a little worse than what I got. I decided to try and make it better by doing an Omen of Corruption on it, and I got 33 to max life. So it's a positive corruption that does absolutely nothing. And then, yeah, Megalomaniac saves you like 18 points instead of Power Within. Yeah, Megalomaniac there is nuts. And Against the Darkness, 4x dex with Cold Res. That's pretty good, low prayers, especially if you need the Cold Res. You still need that jewel slot near Dance with Death. Yeah, you definitely do. I think I'm going to be doing this anyways and coming down here because a little bit of attributes isn't bad, and like, I don't know, maybe I'm just going to move it so that I get the movement speed and skill speed, because that might be nice as well. But uh, I'm probably definitely going to still be doing this. Okay, so Tommy payment, TLDR links for invocation sacrifice. Uh, Invocation is Profane Ritual with Unleash. It's the only one that works with Profane Ritual. It's important. So then with Invocation, you're getting a ton of cast. You're getting all your minions. Then Profusion, just to make sure that you're always topped up no matter what, even if you only have like 2 or 3 minions. Then Energy Retention, I just like it so that way sometimes when you're going out, you can cast it and then get all your charges. And then every once in a while, you have enough for another cast. So if you wanted to have some power charges on top of it for the crit chance, you just have it. And then for what was the other one? You wanted Elemental Invocation and what? And Sacrifice. Sacrifice is just Sacrifice. You take it off for Grim Feast, and it gets you topped up pretty well. Yes, Jordan Garcia, I am going to make a POB. It's just right now POB isn't giving the damage numbers quite right. Like, I got all my stuff in there. I'll show you right now once this loads properly. I'm trying to make a flicker and a normal variation of it, but it's saying I only have 350,000 DPS, and if I come in here for my skills and say I do Tempest Bell and I do a count of 25 for the 25 hits, it still thinks I only have 3 million DPS, which is just straight up wrong. And then when you come into the configuration, Unbound, it doesn't add any damage, but it actually like doubles your damage. So this here is definitely going to need a few updates for it to work right. I'm 100% going to be using POB. It is the best way to go. It's just currently it is not working as intended, but it will get there. POB is an amazing app. It's just not currently working right yet. It also thinks I only have 11,000 EHP, and it's way higher than that because it does not understand how heroic tragedy works. It's not giving me the circular teachings, and it doesn't know that I have more energy shield here. If I divine, hold on, I got a few things here. You were trying to get that same helmet? Oh man, it was a huge steal. I know, Moy. That was nuts. That was a nuts steal for that helmet. Everything else was like 10 div for that one, and his was even up there for like a couple days, it seemed. And when he popped online, oh wait, no, that one wasn't up for a couple days. Uh, this chest piece was up there for like 9 days, and I got it. And then this thing up there, yeah, one divine. He was not, uh, he was not responding for me for a while, but then when he finally did, I got it, and I was like, hell yes, no questions asked, take my money. If I divine my Verana, is it just the number changing? No, it's also Verana changing. It will change to Allroth or Medev. Yuri did the switch to test for you if it's worth it. Thank you very much, though, Anox. Slightly better at the top, though, so you moved it there. Perfect. What does the number actually mean? We don't know how to actually change it, or check it, but it changes your notables. Elemental invocation over cast on crit because you can control it, and then you can get it outside of combat as well before bosses, which is incredibly helpful. Cast on crit also costs more, so it's harder to slot it into the build. This allows for more variation, and it feels extremely, extremely good. It doesn't slow you down at all. I do not mind it whatsoever right here. And then you want to see the Megalomaniac again? Right there. It's nuts. I got it for 20 div. It was expensive, definitely expensive, but I got Jack of all trades and 2 other useful mods. Hell yes. Like, after image is 8% chance to evade melee attacks, which is why I tried getting the evasion stuff, which, holy crap, that's good. And then here with Giant Slayer, chance to inflict ailments against rares and uniques, and damage against rares and uniques. Hell yes again. The bosses, they're just going to get taken down so fast and easy. And then this for the damage. Hell yes again. I got very lucky with these. I jumped on as soon as I saw it, and I did not question it. So, in the custom slots, that's what you did. What do you mean? You can add your own in the custom slots? I don't know what you're saying, Zambrosi. The number of Verona changes. Notables. What range are you aiming for? How do I know which Verona is good when you take it? You can't check yet, but eventually we'll be able to check beforehand with POB. Just not right yet. Alright, so the other nice thing about this tech, hey look, my charges are still ready to go. I'm just going to double my energy shield and get full power charges. So after all this break, because, you know, spending time doing other things, you know, you're still good, you're still fine. Cast on crit can't do that. Cast on crit, you have to rock everything like, well, like you got no time to do anything. Alright, so the bosses are probably going to spawn right away, so I'm going to, I guess I got to drop the bell now to take out this wave. Okay, so, there we go. The trick is definitely hit the boss the moment it appears, so that way kill it before it can kill you. And then one other thing that might be worth changing on the bell, because we're doing it for the big AoE clear, is dropping close combat. It might be better to drop this for something else. I don't know what yet, but something else. I haven't really looked into it because it's working fine and I'm using it to nuke bosses as well. So that's probably the first thing that you'd probably try to swap. Doesn't seem to account for monk ascendancies that ignores elemental resistance. No, it does not. It's really underselling damage right now. I don't know what it's doing for scaling, but it's missing things. It doesn't understand Unbound Avatar. It doesn't understand the ignored resistances. I was really looking forward to seeing if elemental exposure did add damage afterwards, or if it just set the resistances to 0 and that was the end of it. But POB will figure that out for us later. When you click show all configuration, there's a custom modifiers section. Okay, so configuration, custom modifiers section. Right here? What do I add into there? You type plus percent maximum energy shield. Okay, plus 40% maximum energy shield. And my energy shield, where are you? There it is, 67. Oh, wow. That's fantastic. Okay, so go like that. And then for this, I have 447, so divide that by 2 would be 223. So then add another 223 in there. And that is... it's higher than my effective hit pool, but okay. I don't understand. Maybe it's increased? Oh, maybe that'll help. No, it's still saying a little too high, but maybe I got some other stuff on there that I'm not thinking about right now. I don't know. I definitely do take more strength than int because, if I can, because it scales the energy shield pool as much as possible. But int is also really good because it scales your AoE. It depends on my rings though. On my bossing rings it gives me a little bit more strength, where on my mapping rings it gives me, it gives me a little more int, but on my mapping rings it gives me a little more strength. Do you have the latest version of your build on max roll? Not quite yet, Mihail. I'll be updating it once I get everything kind of put together, but I need to definitely play around a bit. I think I got it in a really good spot right now. I'll be updating it today, though. I will be updating it today after the stream. I also need to upload these delirium guides here because people are having a lot of troubles with simulacrum. And I want people to be able to take these out a little bit more efficiently and effectively. Okay, so I got stuck in the mobs there. That's really unfortunate. I got completely swarmed instantly because I was distracted and didn't drop the bell. That's unfortunate. So even with crazy high energy shield, that can still happen. That's unfortunate indeed. I'm gonna do this again though. Because like if you get the bell down, it's not an issue. It's just the first bell and then everything else is fine.
Hello.
I'm sad about that. Divine, Exalted, 2 more, 2, wow, 51 Exalts. So yeah, I press Control Shift and right click and I get all of those back. Exalted, Simulacrum, 146. So yeah, not hiding that, I can still die. That was top level Simulacrum. I think it should be 223. Yeah, it's 223. What did I put down? I did put 223 increased. But then I also have 40% increased maximum energy shield because of natural energies. That always happens to me with like the worms. Yeah, elemental invocation works best with this for sure. And that was max level sim. I think it works with control right click directly, no need for shift. Really? Control right click? Okay.
Hello.
Go on.
Oh, that one. I don't think that'll sell for anything, but we're gonna try and roll it. Let's see, can we get lucky? That's a terrible suffix, it's useless now. And I don't think I have this. Yeah, I didn't have it. That's great. Precursors. Let's do this again. You're 4 spirit short. Yeah, with what I got, here's 230 spirit, but you don't necessarily need the cleric on for the map all the time, so you need 210 spirit to make this work. That's just at 210 spirit. Without maximum? Okay. So let me go back to my build. This is Path of Exile 1. Oopsie. That's why it opened a new one. Uh, Instead of increase maximum, so I'm at 11,564. I'm pretty sure, hold on just 1 second, I think this one is maximum here. Yeah, maximum, and this one is just increase energy shield. Okay, so now 40% maximum, and this one here is just increased energy shield. It does not like that one. It doesn't like this one either. It doesn't like the word increased. Yeah, it's gotta be this way, unfortunately. It just doesn't like it. Is it worth buying from nothing to CI? Uh, why would you buy it for CI? You don't have anything around it to anoint. From nothing, you'd generally want resonance, so you could get like True Strike, Jugular, or Spaghettification, but that's like 100 div. But I got it from Iron Reflexes, so I can get Polymathy, and then I got a Megalomaniac to get Jack of all trades, and I'll probably also get something like increase area of effect of your cooldowns and increase cooldown recovery rate. Might feel nice. I might get something else like 8% evasion as extra armor, depending on how the evasion build goes. And so like those are all options. And uh, then it'll save me. Oopsie. Come on, game. It'll save me all of those points, which thank you, Inox. It definitely is going to be worth it to save all those points. I'm still going to take these all attribute nodes, but it's going to save me all of these inefficient pathing nodes. The only thing I'm sad to lose is Tainted Strike. Lightning Rod. Mihail, I'm pretty sure you asked that in a YouTube comment. Yeah, I thought you meant Lightning Rod skill. There was something else that you brought it up to. I can't remember which one Lightning Rod was. There's another Lightning Rod, I can't remember, but yeah. Try that. Increased. It doesn't like the reading of that. 200. Oh, maybe drop the plus? There we go. It's the plus that did it. You're 100% right. That was confusing. But now my energy shield in here is probably correct. Uh, that's probably my mana or mapping rings. Let's see here. No, something's still a little bit off, but not enough that it's worth looking into too much. That's much, much better though. Thank you. But now how do I... I'm probably going to have to add like plus 100 and... what is that, 150% damage multiplier from Tempest Bell here? If I were to do that. Uh, Shockwave, Elemental Ailment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 150% more damage. Oh yeah, that one's unfortunately not good for this build because we're all crit based, and to go all the way down to here, you'd still have to path down. I think crit is just way too good on Monk. It is great on Gemling, but Monk has too many fantastic crit nodes right beside it that you'd path naturally around or to. So I think this is definitely worthwhile getting the crit, not Lightning Rod. So another Simulacrum, level 82, max level. Keeping everything the same. The other big reason why I kind of want to swap to the evasion-y type, I wouldn't necessarily get not wind wave. The thing that brings you or gives you energy shield when you get hit based on your evasion rating, that's a good one. But I would definitely be putting wind wave on, and I'm not too sure what I would take off yet, but I'd have to take something off. Probably skeletal cleric and just rock with the skeletal warriors on swap, and that would keep you survivable in those situations, like extremely survivable in those situations, because it just nukes everything around you and also gives you way more evasion. Is it still worth farming Breach? I still like Breach, but I haven't done too much. I wasn't able to play yesterday. I basically just logged on and did a simulacrum, recorded a little bit of tininess, trying to get ready for today, but I wasn't able to play much of today. Oh, most definitely. I agree, Speetree. I would love to be able to get this set up properly so that I can show you guys exactly how to run POB better. I'm sure a lot of you know how to work POB even better than me, so any advice you got from me I'd appreciate, because the POB I knew how to use was for PoE 1, and this is obviously different. I got all my stuff put in there in the proper place and proper order, but things just aren't quite scaling properly. I know I got 25 times for the bell here, but it's still only saying 3 million DPS because it doesn't understand how to do uh, the big damage scaling. So like for example, I could try to do like 40% more elemental damage, and I'm pretty sure I need to do that. I just typed in 40% more elemental damage, and it only gave maybe close. 40% more elemental damage. This is for your unbound avatar. And then I could do something simple like 150% more elemental damage for... I got that typed the exact same. Why is it saying it's an issue now? It doesn't like that one. So let's just change this to 190% and see if that works. There we go. So now it's thinking I got about 10 million or 8 million DPS, which is still too low. But yeah. They could always directly send you a link so you have it as well. That is true. That is definitely true. How to use elemental invocation for bosses, because you still need energy charged by killing enemies prior. Uh, on things like the Breach and Simulacrum, you don't need to worry about that because it's charging the whole time throughout. But for things like King of the Mists, all you do, like King of the Mists and Arbiter, you take this out. Done. And you got it. Unleash and Perfusion. And so you'd have to make sure to put these guys on. But now when you got this, you can autocast. And it's the same one as in the last video. You see I got full charges, and then look, I got 4 charges. It's pretty good if you wanted to manually cast it that way. The only reason why I have it set up this way is because I like having a cleric on for Delirium or for Simulacrum for the survivability, but if I were to do evasion base, Wind Wave would be better. Wind Wave would be 100% better than this, and then you just rock with these minions. Yes, Ghost Dance is the skill I'm talking about. Yeah, it's not that important when you have Meditate. It's nice for a little bit of survivability, but I wouldn't even put it on for this because you have so many other layers of survivability. The fact that it just keeps enemies off of you is the important bit, and with how much AoE you scale, the AoE boof is monstrous. And so how I'm currently thinking of setting up my build, I'm going to do like an evasion version where I show this, or sorry, energy shield version where I show this, and then I'm going to show the split version with the 2 items that I just got there. I'm going to try and make them work and show exactly what I do. And I honestly, like I've been saying since the first day, I think split ES evasion is the way to go. This is just what I had, so this is what I'm using. And this chest piece is better than the split ES one, I lose spirit with the other one, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but I'm still going to be able to make it work. Would you drop for Wind Wave? Yeah, I'd suggest dropping Skeletal Cleric, but for mapping, you're not having Cleric in there anyways, you'd have a Herald of Ice. So for that one, uh, for that one, you'd probably drop something like Combat Frenzy, then just try to put, with your Profane Ritual, instead of Energy Retention, you'd put in Sniper's Mark and just try to get some good frenzy charges from that, but it's really inconsistent, unfortunately, with Elemental Invocation and Sniper's Mark. But it is better because you're going to be spamming it a lot more than versus bosses. I like Combat Frenzy, but that's probably what you would drop to make it work the best. I feel like the whole benefit of running hybrid is acrobatics. Yes, 100% acrobatics is the best way to go about it. I am planning on doing that with Wind Wave. Ghost Dance doesn't overcap, also procs when you're overcap, I believe. Yeah, I'm not saying Ghost Dance in there. It was great in Path of Exile 1, but not with the double overcapping here. I'll get less out of Verana and all that. You'll actually get more out of Grim Feast because Grim Feast charges faster as you level up, so it's getting you to that double faster, but I know what you mean, you get less out of the overcap maximum. But the fact that you're getting hit much less often means you don't need as much, and I never would have got trapped there if I had the evasion base going on. That's why I have things like the Skeletal Cleric in an effort to get kind of like a pseudo evasion. Having actual evasion would be better. I know it's kind of a give and take and I lose a bunch of energy shield, but I think it's super worth it. Really, having to have so many reserve skills with 0 support gems feels like a missed opportunity. Yeah, I know, right? Like, look at all these with 0 support gems. There's nothing for them. And I know when you come in here and you put a support gem in, it says coming soon. So obviously they have it in mind, but they're missing a lot right now. What did I do? Why do I not have silly game? There we go. What did I just do wrong here? Why is it saying I can't cast it? Did I make too many minions? I think I made too many minions. No. Oh, is this the first wave? This is the first wave, that's why. I thought I did some of this already, but I did not. Okay, silly me.
You've stood against so many horrors and survived. I think
Relentless
it's
assault!
time to last test your limits.
Okay, gotta actually kind of pay attention to what I'm doing, I guess. I don't want to die like last time. That was a little bit silly and embarrassing, but it will happen on Simulacrum. It's quite difficult content without means to avoid getting swarmed. Like, legitimately, having this little minion here is the best I've found to keep some things off you, because as you can see, it does get targeted and attacked. It's just, it could be better. Your Gemling uses an Insensity that gives plus Max Raz Kip, but it needs loads of support gems to achieve it. Makes the 0 support reserve skill really punishing. Oh yeah. Yeah, no kidding. I understand that completely. Like, it's... They dropped the bell on that one for sure. They'll fix it though. That's not a permanent thing they decided. They want a lot more support gems. You can see it on the tree. You can see that they have a whole bunch they have in plan. They probably even already have it designed, they just haven't finished tweaking the numbers they want to do yet. And I'm honestly not convinced that the numbers they have now for certain things are the numbers they want. Like, 60 for Sacrifice seems both high and low to me. It seems low for something like Detonate Dead, but high for something like this deck.
This is only the beginning.
No escape!
There we go. I just got a 3-slot belt with triple res. Oh, that's fantastic. Wait, how do you have a 3-slot belt with triple res. Those are all suffixes. Stat stackers won't be nerfed until the next season, so if you're waiting, you'll literally not have it for the entirety of the character that you're playing. Yeah, you can't get triple res with 3 charm, because 3 charm is also a suffix. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, 100%. A lot of these spirit costs feel off. Like, for example, Grim Feast seems like it's too low. These minions feel like they're too high as well, based on how fast they die. Maybe it's better for Witch. I don't know. Sacrifice, like I said, feels too high and too low. And it's just too hard to get Spirit to get all these auras that feel really nice. Things like this one's 60, but cast on crit is 190 with quality, and that's just way too much. That's way too much. I don't think really anything should be 100, especially when you only get 100 for the entirety of the campaign, and you're only getting Spirit on corrupts, amulets, and chess pieces. So, and then in the monk's case, the ascendancy. So, I feel like it's just being too punishing for no reason. Okay, we're locking in on this one. We're gonna actually pay attention and try not to get swarmed like that last time. But yeah, that's one thing that's kind of unfortunate. Even with crazy high stun threshold, you can still get stunned by these delirious monsters in Simulacrum. I don't think there's a way to get stun immune because nothing avoids it. Like, nothing avoids it. Okay, so
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Fury unleashed!
Corrupt. What do you mean, 3 charm corrupt? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that the belts could get a charm corrupt. Okay. So yeah, that's nuts. In that case, you're probably set. You probably don't need a belt until Ingenuity, until you can afford it. Like, you don't need to look for anything. You're in a really good spot. Charms right now, though, they aren't overly that powerful. I really like the Frozen Charm, or the Thawing Charm, I should say, because, I mean, that's the only one that seems to work. The Stun Resist Charm did not seem to really do anything. So I wouldn't suggest using that one, but then you also get the rarity, and I'm not too sure what else would be good. Trials, Grand Spectrum, Select and Identify goes for about 15 div. This build does not need it. I thought Grand Spectrum only did one thing based on the color, so does it affect it based on the Identify? I don't know. Yeah, Whispers of the Brotherhood, that's what I figured it was. Put that there for now, because I'm not going to think about it. Grab my dump tab. I'm going to clear this out after stream, don't you worry. It's bugging me too. That is a nice Spirit Corrupt, but I do not like Black Sun Crest on this helmet, or on this build. I think just this helmet gives you almost as much attributes, but way more survivability. But if you wanted it, it's definitely a thing to do. So, I don't know what level we're on. I think we're about at the halfway point right now. Just need to absolutely not get swarmed, which is why I like Tempest Fury for the mobility. You just need to not get lax, because this is very dangerous content. But I have more than a 50% clear rate on this right now, so just keep smacking down that bell and it'll help you out. You forget to smack the bell, you get swarmed. Unless you have Astromantis. Yeah, if you have Astromantis on that helmet, Black Sun Crest does nuts for you. Not some out of scaling. It might even be more energy shield because of the Verana scaling, but I do not have that to test yet. That will be a future thing. Oh yeah, for your Gemling stacker for sure. Definitely it would be nice for that. Especially since the Invoker can't get the Spirit from it.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
Oh, move, attack, drop the bell. Simulacrums. I know a lot of people are having troubles with these right now, so I'm glad that we could get this out. So yeah, as soon as the boss comes down, you want to have a bell to drop for him. When after you've dropped about 2 or 3 bells, start to kind of pay attention to what the mobs are looking like. If it looks like the boss is about to spawn, you hold off on dropping the bell for a second if you can. If you're about to get swarmed, obviously drop it. And yeah, just be safe out there, folks. Another thing that you could potentially drop just because it's for Sims, you could try to drop the frenzies if you wanted to, like combat frenzy there, just for the sake of getting Wind Wave on as an extra layer of security, because as you can see, we got the damage for anything. The attack speed is super nice and I want to keep it, but if we absolutely need another defensive layer, even with no evasion, it might be nice just to knock things off of you, because you don't want to get swarmed at all. But yeah, may Bonks be big and glorious for you this weekend. Thank you so much to Protect. WB, I fully plan on doing a chant stream. I need to get a whole bunch of chant shards and of stellar amulets, but I will be putting some stuff together and do a chanting stream for sure. And yeah, Simulacrum Guides tips video could really get some views. I'm going to be putting it out today for sure. 100%. I got the content for this. I'm going to try and have 2 cleared Simulacrums. One right now, one that I recorded yesterday. And I think it'll help. I think it'll help people a lot. Not a lot of them there at the moment, and Simulacrum shards are not are really common right now. That's a good point.
You can't get rid of me, exile.
Relentless assault!
Did I not charge my staff? There we go. I thought I hit the button, but I guess not. Yeah, I don't know what the drops are looking like yet, because I wasn't able to play yesterday, but if they're common, that's fantastic. Then hell yeah, we should be spamming Simulacrums right now. Get them shards. It'd be pretty cool if during the Sims we also got the shards to like fund the next round, but that might be completely overpowered for sustain, for the people that can clear it versus those who can't.
Nothing you do matters. The dream will end, and the dreamer will
Okay,
pass.
so we're at wave 10 again. I need to really make sure I don't hit the failed hideout button. I've done that a few times and it's really shitty. You just lose your entire progress. Can get yourself in real big trouble too. Oh. The boss spawned and hit me before I even had a chance to see where he was coming from. But we're still good, we're still fine. We got the defenses for it. Ooh, got another Disgust, very nice. And we're out of that shitty corridor. The worst spot. You know what, I'm gonna grab the quarterstaff and wand just to see what they roll later. You got the mana flask on the first tier. You're nuts, VD Ray. You're absolutely nuts. Speedtree, you will be there to like and comment. I am glad that you'll be there, and I will definitely be putting it out as soon as I can. Thoughts on a workaround to get Spirit if I swap the chest piece to Temporalis for faster clears? If you're going to do that, it's going to be difficult. I gotta press the P button, not the I and C. You're going to have to drop Bleed Me through Grace because cannot gain Spirit through equipment. And you're going to need an amulet, and you're going to need things with corrupts on it to get it, and so that's going to be very difficult. There's not so much of a workaround. This is the best workaround we got, and if you're already using Temporalis, I'm pretty sure that does not give Spirit. I may be wrong, I don't have a Temporalis. But that is definitely something worth looking into. So let's quickly look. Going on to trade site now. I have... Come on. Verify that I'm human. I'm going to check and see Temporalis, see if it does have Spirit on it or not. Temporalis, Silk Robe. Yeah, it doesn't have any Spirit on it, so you're going to have to work on Corrupts with like the helmet and then get a big plus Spirit amulet. You could probably get like 180 Spirit that way. It's going to be tough though. You're still going to be really nerfing yourself. Is there a chance you'll make a version of the build that uses Flicker Strike? Yeah, JC, I talked about that already. I am 100% making a Flicker Strike version of this. This new tech works really well. It'll probably be mapping focused, but it definitely works. It definitely works well.
Fury unleashed.
I just need to put it together and try to see if I need to refine anything, but I'll put that together right after I do the Arbiter. I'm doing this Simulacrum, and then I'm doing Arbiter, and then I'm gonna do a little bit of Flicker Strike if I can. Where is the boss? There it is. Come on. It hard locked me on the wrong enemy. I was completely aiming towards the bell, but then it locked me on a guy over here, and it was making things difficult. If I can get my mana cost down even more, then I can use a full damage Tempest Flurry, and it will be even better. So then when you're going into situations like that, you're not just using this for support, you're also using it to nuke things. Because if I could double the damage on Tempest Flurry, it'll help even more with these guys. But that is for a later thing. You like Flicker Strike but don't like the randomness. Unfortunately, the randomness is caked into it, but yeah. You would love like an instant low cooldown blink build with Tempest Flurry, but I think that requires Temporalis. Kind of, yeah. Or else you could do Flicker Strike with no charges. That is very low cooldown, and controlled blink, but it's much less damage and attack speed. If you wanted to, if you have enough damage and attack speed naturally innate in your kit, you could go no charges. Now, so when I do the Flicker build, I'm not too sure. One thing that I had an issue with was Herald of Ice killing things too fast and too hard. So I may just be flickering to one enemy around, but still just like zip, 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 zip to guys instead of but we will see. We'll get to a nice juicy map and see what happens. If we were to go to with hybrid ES EV, which piece would you have EV on? Evasion? Definitely the chest piece. The chest piece is where you'd scale it the hardest, and then probably like one boots or one helmet, your choice. We try to get one full energy shield thing to scale it a little bit higher.
Do you not wonder what tugs at the strings of fate? What stands as
I don't know what wave I'm on. I'll pay attention after this. Gotta lock in, pay attention, don't let yourself get surrounded. It's really important to have the charge staff going before the wave starts, so that way you can just focus on the bell and not worry about trying to survive. This will keep you alive really hard. I'm sure there's a skill that does damage around you instead of just in front of you in a cone. If I could find that, it would be pretty great. Like, Whirling Assault, I thought might have been it, but it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It slows down your damage to space on a timer. It's not it. If your damage is overkill for Bell, Soul Thief support might completely solve your mana issues. From high level Flurry, Bell is where I lose most of my mana. Uh, Surprisingly, I don't really lose mana from Bell, and it costs 233. I drop it. By the time it's ready for the next spell, I've already got my mana back. But that's with a down level Tempest Flurry that I'm gaining mana when I'm using things. And I got the mana on kill. I also think that Soul Thief could be good if you had a physical damage on rings, but unfortunately I got super low physical damage, so if I got 5% of that, that's like, what, 25, 30 mana per? And that, I don't know if that counts on every hit, or if that's once per hit. If you know the answer to that, that'd be great, but it definitely could be helpful, but I think you're losing too much when you're dropping all that damage off. If you don't need the damage, though, for something like this, then great. I just don't want to take that risk right now. But yeah, Soul Thief is definitely an option. I just don't think it's... I think Mana Remnants is better than Soul Thief, but if you don't have the slots for it, I understand. I'd rather drop the level on Tempest Flurry than put Soul Thief onto Bell. The patch Simulacrum was pretty tough. What are your toughs about it after the patch? Do you find it to be easier? I really like that you can hit them immediately as they're visible. That helps a lot. However, they seem to attack you a lot faster now too. So the millisecond they become available, they're already attacking you. And it's really difficult for bosses because I had boss spawn and then less than a second later I had 3 energy balls hitting me from off screen that I did not see coming because I came so fast, and instantly one-shot me. So that is why I think it's really important to stay moving around. That will help keep you alive really hard. But yeah, Simulacrums are still very, very difficult. 1 mana regen roll on rings with Ingenuity fix all your mana issues. Another thing that could really help fix it is getting mana regen rate on your jewels. This thing is really nice as well. And then there's all these nodes down here, like 15% increased mana regen rate. That's pretty nice if you can come down to Step Like Mist. I like those quite a bit. Mana regen is nice, and the higher your mana pool, the more effective it is. Okay, so I got my energy shield capped. Get my charges, start the wave, charge the staff, let's go.
No escape.
Okay, so probably drop a 3rd bell over here, and then try to wait a little bit. I think the boss is going to be down here. Let's wait. Where are you? There we go. And that is how you survive. You wait for the bell for the boss if you can. And if you have to, you can play around the bell. Instead of popping it, you can run away and then attack into it to keep it up for a little bit longer. It could help you quite a bit. Alrighty, wave 14 here. Good reminder spree. Depending on your passive tree, you could try for Spectral Ward Subterfuge. Which one's that? I'm not too sure. Spectral Root. I'm not a big fan of Subterfuge Mask, but it can do work for you if you got just a pure energy shield helmet. I feel like it's a lot of points to spend for it, but it's definitely dependent on your passive tree. If you're coming down here anyways, and say you're getting the frenzy charges for a chance to gain all of them, then yeah, it could be worth it to come here. But it is a lot of points to spend for that. It's not a terrible node because like these energy rating evasion nodes, I just like something like this better. Personal opinion. It is good though. It's just, it doesn't scale nearly as hard as something like Bestial Skin and Enhanced Reflexes. You like to have an 80-20 split between chat attention and actual playing. I commend you. Probably could have done 10 of these streams off stream already. Yeah, pretty much. I definitely try to answer a lot of questions because that's the purpose of the stream. I can answer questions a lot better while I'm here with you, whereas if I'm just doing this, all I'm doing is smacking minions, and it's not really difficult to get these things done in a timely manner, but when it comes to like the comments in the comment sections in a video, it's pretty damn hard to actually... Ooh, I didn't get the boss on that one, so where are you? There you are. Basically running away until I can take him out. There we go. So I think we got one more wave to go, or is that it? I think we got one more wave, yeah. Happy to help. We need to start helping each other more in chat to help Mr. Streamer. Thank you, Spray. He is going to grow so big his chat will be impossible to keep up. Oh, thank you so much. I love all the support. Like, honestly, holy crap, you guys are ridiculously kind. Okay, so drop the bell so you don't get swarmed immediately, and then run around. Drop the bell. Drop the bell. And this wave, I believe, is going to be a success. Of course, I just jinxed it. Okay, now I hold off on the last bell if I can. Okay, so they're way over there. Shit, this is as bad of a setup as I could have done. And it's still okay, because I just dodged around. Not dodge roll, but dodging with Tempest Flurry. And there you go. That is a level 82 max upped. Ooh, I've never seen that staff before. Or that mace. That's interesting. And that is how you do Simulacrum. Okay, now how do I get the space on here? Come on, I want to pick up these goodies. There we go. That should be enough. There we go. I'm excited to see what these are because I've never dropped either of these before.
Speak.
Alrighty, so this is Seeing Stars. Energy generation is doubled. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. If I didn't need the Skeletal Warriors on this, it might be amazing. Is this worth anything? It's worth a whole Corrupted Vol Orb. And then this one, Collapsing Horizon. Oop, that's not the right place. It's worth 2 Exalt. Okay, so I did 2 Sims, cost about 4 divs, and I got 3 Exalts worth. That's unfortunate. Did you get any unique Mana Flask yet? I got 1 on my second ever Simulacrum, and then I've got none on the other... So I've done 6 or 7 now? I think I've done 7 now. And so, including this one that I just completed. I'm not talking about the ones that I failed. I've successfully completed 7 of them now. And so, I do not count the fails. A 6 to level... Ooh, I should keep that one potentially. I think everybody uses wands though, unfortunately, but might be worth something. Doubt this is worth anything, but let's just hit all of them because they look like nice stats, but they're all low rolls. Yeah. Disenchant these gloves, and then I'll put this into my dump tab for now. I don't need to look at this either. Alright, so now now we were gonna do a what was it? Flicker Strike was not this one. First we're doing the Citadel. No, not Citadel. The boss. Because we already have the shards for the boss and it's literally the same stuff. So on this I would drop Meditate because we want the big burst on the boss when we get it. I'm going to keep the same stuff here. This isn't the crazy highest level of him. It's only level +1, so level 2 Arbiter.
What is it?
But I'm sure it'll still be fine. Or I don't know if we want the damage or if we just want the energy shield. I'm not too sure. I bet the damage will be nicer though.
I must meditate.
We got everything for the shock siphon on this, so we don't need that there. Put this back on. We need overcharge back on for the boss. Concentrated effect back on for Tempest Bell, so we don't need magnified effect. We'll put that back on for Herald of Ice when we get back to it. What content would you recommend for people to do if they want to start making currency? Once you complete 2 simulacrums, just keep hammering these simple maps, because when you get 1 level simulacrum, you can get this node for maps get instilled emotions, which will drop currency shards. Then you get this one to double how many simulacrum shards you're getting as well. So I would suggest just keep hammering simulacrum splinters. These things are worth a lot. They're worth almost an exalt a piece, and you can get like 30 or 40 in a single map. It's pretty nuts. So yeah, I'd definitely say get simulacrum splinter farming and hammer those exalts. And then if you're wanting just straight content, also breaches are still pretty fun. I don't know how nerfed they got. I haven't touched them since the patch, but I like them a lot. And then the other thing you could definitely do is, no, this is the campaign map, is come down here, and now that you can see where the citadels are, go straight for the citadels if you can kill the boss, and you can juice them with a lot of waystone chance to get more of the tablets. Do that because they still sell for a lot. Do it before the market gets flooded with them, because people are going to want to sell their tablets, because not a lot of people want to do the Arbiter. We got 6 portals on the Arbiter, so it shouldn't be a problem. I believe this is going to be great here. Honestly, probably what I'm going to do, because it's Arbiter, drop off Herald of Thunder and get 2 more skeletal minions. So now this way you can also do the elemental invocation in the boss fight for power charges as you're going if you need it, and you don't have to do any swapping at all. This is probably going to be super helpful because we can't charge it for King of the Mist, we can't charge it for Arbiter. This will work pretty nice. And if you wanted to drop this out for something else, you could. I don't know what you'd put in, but you definitely could. Maybe like put in Flicker Strike so that when you get your charges, then you could go in, attack, drop a Pel, flicker on them. Got everything there. So let's go do the Burning Monolith. So yeah, I got Minion Pact, Concentrated Effect, Immolate Close Combat, Rising Tempest. That all seems correct. Elemental Invocation to get the charges. And yeah, that seems correct. And then you got the Skeletal Clerics just to exist. So like yeah, on this, because it is Arbiter, I'd be willing to do a swap to make it easier. I don't know what else I could even put on for Profane Ritual. I'm kind of curious. Gems, support gems. I'm running out of these support gems, by the way. Getting too many things. I don't know what Ooh, Corpse Conservation, that would be good. Corpse Conservation, Arcane Tempo, both would be good. There we go, let's put Corpse Conservation on. There. Gems. Corpse Conservation. So yeah, there you go. Fully set up Profane Ritual, so now you don't even need it for... you don't need any weapon swap tech, this just works. If you wanted to swap to get them back up faster, you could if you turned it off on weapon swap too, but like obviously I got full charges. They come back right there. You could do it again to get full power charges for the boss. It's pretty convenient that way. And then with Corpse Conservation, if any of them don't die, then they revive each other. So like, there you go. They're reviving each other. Perfect. I got all these power charges. Perfect. Still reviving each other. It makes it go a lot longer. That's why the Skeletal Cleric is the best. Yes, I am going to put it on POB too. Arcane Tempo definitely is good as well. I don't need it right now, but if I had another gem slot, I would 100% put Arcane Tempo in there to make it feel better. You don't need it for when you're doing the Elemental Invocation tech, so I didn't really think of it then, but it's really good. Okay. You can definitely feel the density changes on breaches, that's unfortunate. Speed run the skill setup for Simulacrum again. I fail as a viewer. Okay, so the setup is I use skeletal minions with the weapon swap to get a whole bunch more on there. You don't need the skeletal warrior anymore with that. That's just kind of hanging around from a previous iteration. However, skeletal warrior makes it so that you can do that without having skeletal minions for something like breaches, so it's up to you how you want to make it work. Skeletal warrior is a little bit glitchy though, whereas skeletal minion will just always work. Or the cleric, I should say. You use those guys with Profane Ritual and Sacrifice, so that way you get the charges. And as you can see right now for Arbiter, I just have fully charged staff, and I got minions giving me more charges. Oh, look at all these power charges. I can cast it again, and I got all these power charges. I'm ready to go for the boss. I'm super buffed, and as soon as I hit him once and drop the bell, I'm also going to have the frenzy charges going thanks to Combat Frenzy. And I like Charge Infusion a lot, that's why I use it. Some people don't like the tech, but I think it's super worth it. I think it's super worth it to have all this going. What's the last support gem you have on Elemental Invocation? That was Energy Retention, just so every once in a while I didn't use all the energy. I didn't want the cast time for maps of Profane Ritual, but for bossing it feels good. And yeah, you don't need to swap that out for anything other than dedicated bosses like King of the Mists and Arbiter. You're very welcome, Spree. Am I going to try out Arbiter? I'm doing that right now, Prayer. Also using Feathered Fortress for shield raise, swap without any move speed loss. Yeah, it's definitely an option. I'm doing this right now, but it is definitely not needed because you don't need to hit the weapon swap that way. You could just legitimately use a shield. Here we go, Arbiter time. What do I have on Cleric? Just things to make it tankier, so meat shield and the elemental resistances. And then plus minion level. So I got these guys to give me the charges. Thank you. Max staff. They can give me more charges now. I got all of these going. Once come on.
You are too late. The fourth edict already burns for your world.
Come on, buddy.
Relentless assault.
Yeah, I think we got enough damage from him for this. Morier would make it feel pretty nice too, because that way, if I was able to make this work smoothly, then you just wouldn't have to worry about phasing at all. He'd just be dead. But yeah, here we go. Local knowledge too. Definitely not a top Arbiter, but it's the one that I had. There you go. Investigate the object that fell. And now we get a dragon to come kick us in the face.
This power serves a new master.
And there we go. Whoever that's going to be is probably going to be the new Shaper. Hey man, it's not the same build, but you're trying to learn the game. With an Ice Strike Monk, is Fizz damage on staff the most important stat, or is it high LE damage good too? High LE damage is the most important, but you want a high Fizz damage for the conversion. You want a flat Fizz, LE conversion, and then either flat other elemental, like cold is really good, or also percent Fizz. Those are the best, well, 4 options to get for your flat fizz staff, and then you also need suffixes with like attack speed and crit chance, crit damage. Uh, Level of melee skill works too, but it jacks your mana, so it's kind of hard to work with, whereas attack speed, crit chance, crit damage is just fantastic. Uh, but you will notice that when you get to a certain point, uh, one, fizz tabs are crazy expensive. Two, the pillar best in slot version of it, or close enough to best in slot version of it, is a single divine. And 3, if you get these gloves, which are going to be the best damage scaling for any monk build right now that does physical attacks and melee attacks, Hands of Wisdom in action will be best in slot, which will make Pillar best in slot. So it's actually getting these 2 items for the combo is better than getting an extremely high rolled fizz weapon. But then you have to build everything around them. So it's definitely really important to get fizz on your staff, but eventually you'll probably try to swap out of it unless you're really liking like leech mechanics and stuff like that. It didn't work well for me, so I dropped it and I went this, and I didn't have any regrets. Good rarity, dex, decent flat evasion, but it's got no move speed. I'm gonna have to slam that. Dodge roll avoids all hits, it's worth the chaos, and then this guy's worth nothing, obviously. New boots, though.
What can I do for you?
Then I've definitely been losing currency doing all these tests. A really nice person has actually donated me a little bit to help help offset the cost of everything I'm putting down, but it was a crazy generous donation, and it's the only reason why I'm not looking pretty broke right now. But I would like to again thank you for that. But I need to stop doing so many expensive tests. It's They've been worth it though. They've definitely paid off. Ten exalt or 5 div for move speed, huh? Yeah, let's go give these boots away for 10 exalt. Just toss this away.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm broke. I'm not saying I'm broke. I'm saying I would have been. I would have been probably down to about, well, I think I would be about 30 div because I was able to flip a few things to bring this a little bit higher. Definitely not broke. That's not what I'm saying. 90 roll was 200 plus. Holy crap. Yeah, Astromantis is going up so fast. But I am definitely working towards it. And as long as I can get some lucky drops from all the bosses that I'm doing and from the simulacrums, it'll be worth it. Bronze Jewel 40 divs, you're looking to get one, but no, it's quite that high. I thought it was more like 20. It was 20 about 3 days ago. Now it's 40. It's stupid how much it's going up. When bossing heralds are important, or I can remove them and put another spirit gem. If you answer that, I'm sorry I didn't hear. Heralds are not important. I just didn't want to move them around too much. Legitimately, that is the reason why I am doing the backpack tech, is how I'm calling it right now. You just do this and you can move it over, because like obviously I'm not going to have any of these. I'm going to hit the wrong button repeatedly. There we go. I'm going to turn off Skeletal Cleric and have on Herald of Ice, and then I can take off the offset ring, and it's just sitting there for when I need it for certain bosses. So then I'm going to try the Flicker Strike tech now. So we drop off Sacrifice because we're not using that. Put back on Elemental Evocation. Keep it running. Corpse Conservation, everything. I take it instead of Energy Retention, but I don't care about keeping corpses for Elemental Invocation. There's so many on the map. Yes, Mr. Steal Your Subs, I definitely am planning on updating the guide. And which one do you find better, impetus or energy retention? I find energy retention better for this because you don't have an issue with generating energy. You get it in a half a second. But when you cast it once and you get your charges, sometimes if you're just walking around with nothing else going on, it's nice to just be like, oh, I can charge it again. That I find is more important, but for other skills, impetus is definitely better. Just not for this tech. Yes, YLMS. It's a less clunky version of what we were working on last stream.
Shocking.
So, as you can see, I'm using 210 spirit with this, and it is extremely consistent in mapping. And so I think the way to go about doing this is to make it your primary skill with Flicker Strike, because you can cast it uh, without charges. It's just better with. So drop it from Weapon Swap 1. I don't want it there. Primal Armament. We could put Rage in there. If anybody has some ideas for some good gems in here, I'd love to know. Momentum, obviously. You're very confused as to what I'm doing? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm doing a lot of things all at once and I'm talking pretty fast. I'll have it written down as to what to do, and I'll try to put a video out to show exactly what I'm doing to kind of explain how I'm putting it all together. But essentially, when I'm mapping and doing 99% of content, I just run with elemental evocation, and I use profane ritual with sacrifice to sacrifice your own minions to get charges on, like, for bossing. But when you're doing it on mapping, you are just destroying everything around you, so you don't need it with minions. You just run Grim Feast then, and you use it on the corpses you leave behind. I don't think I'll need perpetual charges on it. I will have plenty of charges, but I will put it on there. More weapon damage, rage on hit. I mean, it's gonna. It might be expensive. It's 187 mana. I don't need attack speed, that's for sure. Not yet, at least. It's got enough attack speed on it. I think I'm gonna keep perpetual charge onto charge staff, because I don't think I'll need it. How do you do, Alabaster Jones? It's what causes you to blink through full maps if conditions are right. DV? Astromentus. Perpetual charge. Okay, I'll put it on then. I'll put it on for sure. And you know what? If we're going to do a proper tech, I got one last perfect jeweler's orb. Let's put it on there. Let's juice this. Yeah, I'm thinking close combat too, because it's not like I need it for the bell. If I had minions in there, which I don't, minion pact would be good. Immolate if I was using. Well, I gotta put on my mapping rings. There we go. Just that way it gives me the extra magic find. Yeah, magnified effect probably, which would also help drop it off of Herald of Ice. Yes, ambush, I like that. Ambush is a great idea. Drop it from... Where do I have ambush? Where is my ambush? There it is.
Energizing.
There we go. And then I'll put lightning skill on it. Mastery. Over here. And now for charge staff. I don't even need it. I used to be on Flicker and swapped to full flurry. Okay. Ambush also really good. Alright, so the thing that I like about Flicker that I didn't even know about until I did a few bits of testing earlier, you can just run around holding left click, and then as soon as you get close to an enemy, it auto flickers to them. And then with elemental evocation, you'll be spamming the profane ritual kind of, and it should be able to absolutely wreck maps. So let's go here. Nice quant rarity map. Let's hit it. Or hold on. Delirium pays well, right? So 60% Delirious. Let's do it. 60% Delirious. Not the best rolls. Oh, 61 rarity at least. Oh no, the map glitched again. I thought they fixed this. Come on. Nice and zoomed out, but here we go. Now I can do something close to where I'm wanting to be. I don't know how this will work with a map boss, so let's try it. A delirious map with a map boss running only Flicker Strike. This could be bad. Who knows? I have no idea, but we'll figure it out. If it gets really bad, I'll put Martial Tempo back in. Their Hell Tag kind of kills Flicker because stuff blows up before you can switch to it. Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about too. That's why I'm definitely testing this out. I don't think I'll need the damage, so maybe, maybe instead of ambush right now we do the magnified effect to reduce the chances that Herald of Ice will murk the map for us. It'll obviously get rid of the nice chain explosions. Well, we'll still have chain explosions, but it just won't be as much. But like here, basically chargeless right now, and then with charges. Oh, that costs quite a bit. Yeah, you see, even without magnified effect on it. There we go. Hold on here. This here is needing a little bit of multi-threading turned on for the map so that it looks good for you guys. There we go. Get those charges going. Heard a bit of audio stutter there. You were loading the map multi-threading on or off. It was off, but like as you can see, Flicker can work, especially if you remember to get the power charges going. See, like, unfortunately I'm using charges and then the Herald tech is blowing things up. There we go. That's a nice flicker for you. Oh, that was an infinite flicker on that guy. Interesting. There we go. I think this is definitely going to work. It would probably work better with the cast on freeze version, so you're not needing to hit it as often, but it's still working. The main issue I'm running into right now is mana costs, because Flicker's costing so much. Okay, there we go. Let us just keep hitting this and see what it's like on this nice breach here. Come on, where's the enemies? There we go. Well, I definitely hope this is a pretty good showcase here showing what Flicker can look like on this. Oh, some more stutter there. Come on. Yeah, the Herald Tech is unfortunately blowing things up a little bit too fast. Get this clasped hand. Oh, there we go. Got a little bit stuck there, but it wasn't bad. I do not know what this is going to look like for the bosses, but we're about to find out. I guess I should probably charge my staff, huh? Now let's see what it's like against a boss here. This might be bad. We're about to find out. Come on. Get... I need some charges, but this is just, unfortunately, way too hard to get charges against the boss for this with the attack. Okay, just spam the hell out of mana flasks, I guess. Okay, that's not working, unfortunately, against the boss. Snoob, remove quality from HOL to reduce the range even more. I believe you. What's HOL? Herald of Ice? Oh, yeah. Yeah. that probably would help because it's nuking the chain range on it. This here probably would be best if you dropped the charge and fusion tech with it, so that way you're able to keep the charges up before you go into the boss. So you could have the staff and everything going to go, or ready to go. But yeah, the flicker tech needs a little bit more work here still, but it works obviously. Let's just put those in for now. There you go. I didn't have the mana, or I didn't have the mana to charge the bell with Flicker Strike, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think that is going to work just by itself, but I definitely think it's good for mapping. It just needs a little bit more finessing. More area of effect, get that back in there. Yeah, I only got 2 maps from the boss? That's weird. Feel like it didn't drop as much as it normally would. They must have really nerfed the bosses for the last batch. I'll need to find a better way to get that going because we don't have the sacrifice tech on this one, because instead we're just going boop and getting it in maps as much as we need, because like here full flicker strike charges or charge staff charges, but it definitely will work. Cast on crit with perpetual is what you use for bosses. You could try 1 cast for boss because of perpetual charges retaining charges and cast on crit regaining them. Cast on crit with perpetual charge is what you use for bosses. 1 cast because of perpetual retaining charges and cast on crit regaining. How would they regain charges? Sorry, I'm not following that. It's a little confusing. How rare are Spectrum chests from Trials? I do not know. I don't really do Secumus that much, I don't enjoy it. I've done a few of them, but mostly I just come in and help nuke people's bosses for them. I tried to run them a few times for profit, and it just didn't feel nice. Yeah, so like this works really well for mapping, but I do not like how it is for bossing yet. If people have some ideas, I'm thinking we'll probably have to go with minion pact onto flurry and then running with the minions and dropping charge infusion if you're going to do that way, because otherwise it's a little bit difficult to keep it up going from one area to the other. But I like the charge tech a little too much. Sorry Musasa, I do not have Nightbot installed yet. There we go. Now that I got some charges, I guess that guy's dead already. Okay. I got the build linked in pretty much all my videos though, Mustafa. It needs to be updated, but it is there. I got a sapphire ring's chance.
I need mana.
Like, mana definitely feels like an issue with Flicker Strike. That's unfortunate. Thank you very much. The one really big positive of Flicker Strike is how it gets you over walls and stuff. That one is fantastic. I like how it's kind of like a pseudo blink. Where? There he is. Come on, buddy. I had charges, but it didn't repeatedly spam. That was weird. But yeah, this here is the raw version of Flicker Strike. It needs more work, but it definitely has bones to work with. I'm not a haven't done this yet, so I know it's there. I know it's there, but it will get there. So I'm gonna be putting out the updated build with Flurry, Tempest Flurry, pretty soon, probably tonight, maybe tomorrow. And then I will work on Flicker Strike to get that one out to you guys in probably a day or two after that. My amulet is a really good rare with massive attributes and massive energy shield. I got spaghettification and allotted onto it because that's just the best thing with the build. For cheaper, you could use, it's called not overwhelming presence, overwhelming strike. It's really good with crit chance and crit damage. You could also get the vulgar methods for higher crit chance and 10 strength, but then you also lose 10% max mana. Those are both really good budget options. So here with the big flicker strike and charge staff, yeah, unfortunately things just pop a little too fast. I'm thinking flicker strike would feel a lot better without the herald tech, but I still need to find a way to get the mana cost down, and the damage is significantly less than something like Tempest Flurry, so that's what I'm noticing. But then you get to zip around the map too. What do you think about Combat Frenzy instead of Sacrifice Tech? You're talking about just going Combat Frenzy with Resonance? You wouldn't get dual charges if you did it that way. You could get it that way and then like do exactly what I'm doing, but with Resonance, but you wouldn't be able to pre-charge your staff before boss fights, which I value pretty highly. You wouldn't be able to pre-charge before waves in Simulacrum, which I value very highly. And you wouldn't be able to get the attack speed in mapping, which I also value very highly. But it would be a lot easier to keep things going for normal content. However, it also would not work with Flicker Strike because Flicker Strike does not allow you to get charges while you're using it. And with the Combat Frenzy Resonance tech, you'd only ever be getting your Frenzy charges when you freeze things with Flicker Strike, so it would nuke that into the ground as well. So this is probably the best way to rock it with Flicker Strike. However, instead of Elemental Evocation, with Flicker Strike it would be better to go cast on freeze. With Tempest Flurry and using the Charge Infusion tech, it's better with Elemental Evocation. Wind tech with Shattering Palm. What wind tech? I like Shattering Palm, but what's wind tech? Like that one map, it was a nothing map and I still got 30 Simulacrum Splinters, so you can think of that as getting like 25 Exalt on that map just dropped. It's pretty fantastic if you can keep that up. And when you do these maps, you get a pretty high chance of getting more Delirious maps, and even if you don't, then say you could come here and say, oh, this one here, they both have terrible mods, but say you wanted it, you could use one of your many distilled emotions. Ooh, I got a Suffering? When did I get a Suffering? That's fantastic. You could use these. I prefer Greed and Paranoia. Paranoia gives more rares and Greed gives more rarity, so probably Greed is best. This gives more magic monsters and it's a cheap one to do it, and you just toss 3 emotions on the map and you go nuts. Way of the Wind. Oh, this guy. The increased evasion if you hit an enemy recently. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm wanting to do with this right now, with Controlled Metamorphosis. So, actually, I can show it straight on Path of Building easier. I could show it right away. So, if I come here and I take, yeah, whatever. Come like this. And then I turn off Controlled Metamorphosis, and I go for none. And then this one up here, I put the Controlled Metamorphosis. You can come to the tree, and you can see you get Wildstorm Laudable without pathing to it. You get Way of the Wind Laudable without pathing to it, the 50% increased maximum dash distance with unarmed attack skills. You got that. You got serrated edges. You got first approach. You got mental toughness. This is a crazy note to go. And if you really wanted to, you could get some increased max energy shield with mana leech. I don't have mana leech though, so I'm not too worried about it. But I still might take that just for the 15% max energy shield when I'm making my things going on there. Yeah, I know it's the maximum dash distance, but also the increased evasion is really nice because that's not just when unarmed. So if you have a split base, it gives you 25% increased evasion while mapping, or when doing anything really. Whenever you're near an enemy, you're always going to be hitting recently. And does an everlasting gaze swap brick you? Probably. I can't remember which one everlasting gaze is, but I think that's the one with the three anoints. Everlasting gaze, Azure amulet. Yeah, that one, it's way worse. It's way, way worse. It's going to give you a decent chunk of maximum energy shield for sure. Uh, it's pretty good when you use Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter, but I'm not. I'm just using big, big mana, or big energy shield. This gives a lot more because the strength, that 37 strength, whatever it scales up to, probably like 40 with all the increased attribute percentages, probably even more actually, is like 20% increased maximum energy shield, and then the 25 to all attributes is like another 20% energy shield on top of it with the strength that it gives you, plus the increased maximum energy shield there, plus the flat maximum energy shield, and then the dex as well is just straight damage and attack speed. Like, this is, I'd be really surprised if you could make that Everlasting Gaze give you more than what this amulet gives you. This one here is much better than Everlasting Gaze for the build by a lot. And then Astramentus is even better yet. You'd lose a little of the energy shield scaling, but you'd gain it back with the strength. But like legitimately, we got 50, 62 strength on this, and bringing it up to 100 and something, you'll lose some energy shield, but this is still extremely good, and so is Astramentus. Uh, what do you think about the Wintech Shattering Palm? I do. It's not the maximum dash distance that's the problem with Shattering Palm, though. It's the fact that literally everything blows up with Herald of Ice, but if you're just using it as a mobility skill, it's honestly incredible. I like Shattering Palm a lot. It does not jump over barriers like what the Flicker Strike was doing or what Blink was doing, but it also doesn't cost any spirit. So if you were to take this and say you didn't want to do the Charge Infusion tech, so then you'd have Charge Infusion Combat Frenzy to drop, and it would be 60 less spirit that you need. Fantastic. You would even you could put in Resonance, and then you drop Elemental Invocation and just use Combat Frenzy, and it'd work fine for you. Then you could use other means, and then you could have Shattering Palm in there as a mobility skill. It is a very good option. Nothing wrong with it at all. I just don't need it because Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice blow up the entire map for me, and I feel like I want to get the Dual Frenzy check to make my Tempest Flurry a lot faster to make me run around the map. And that is what I'm currently building towards, is increasing my Tempest Flurry as much as possible. I got Shock Siphon Ambush. Ambush here. Where's the lightning skills? Drop Lightning Mastery there. Put it on Ambush. I don't know where my Fire Mastery is, but it doesn't matter. This is Spaghettification. It gives a little bit of movement speed. I don't care about the Chaos damage. I don't care about the negative Chaos res because I'm Chaos inoculated, so who cares about that? The reduced light radius doesn't matter, but what's huge is the 7% increased attributes, because you're stacking attributes everywhere. This scales you like nuts. It really, really does a lot for you. And how are you maximizing your energy shield? Do you feel squishy with only 5,000? Uh, are you only 5,000 with some evasion, or are you pure energy shield and only 5,000? Because if you're only 5k, you could get an amulet like this one with increased energy shield and plus maximum. Again, stack everything that you can. I know I have this Heroic Tragedy, which does do a lot for stacking it. Like, from nearly 10,000, it brings me down to 6,500 without it. So that's a big hit. It's like a third of my energy shield from it. So that helps a lot. And of course I get the natural energy, so it helps as well.
There's a chill in the air.
And then yeah, I just double down on it. So PoE rewards things, like rewards builds that massively focus on one item, one stat, one thing. And so as long as you're able to say get your evasion through the roof, every bit that you put into it scales it even harder. It's all based on the flat. And this amulet, I got it for 10 divine, but I also had another amulet that I bought for 1 that I sold for 10. And then yeah, I got it. So it was a straight swap for me. It was essentially no cost. It didn't increase the cost of the build at all. My other amulet had a big all res on it, which was highly sought after by people, and it also had rarity on it from it being a gold amulet, and people like that as well. And so it sold in seconds. I could have got more, but I was just happy to have gotten this for 10 div. Alright, so now I'm putting Tempest Flurry back on with Overcharge, and now I need Martial Tempo. Box setup. This is not the cleanest looking tab. I really hate this right now. I gotta clean it up. I gotta clean it up bad. Magnitude of damaging ailment. It's not the best. But we're gonna slam it and corrupt it and see what happens. Nothing that matters. So this thing is probably worth nothing. Yeah, 5 exalt. Come on, 5 exalt.
Yes.
When I'm clearing out my 5 exalt tab, generally I don't even look at what I'm selling, because if it's been sitting there for that long, it's not worth anything. That jewel's so expensive, you definitely got a good time and price. Yeah, I got it really early on. I had Verana, and at the time I thought I needed Allroth because it gives you evasion at the cost of intelligence. And so it nuked my mana, and so when I swapped from pure evasion to this, I divined it to Verana, and I got this really nice roll on it. But it was 12 divine then, it was 6 divine the day before, and now it's like 40. So I definitely knew some prices were going to change because my experience with Path of Exile 1, I knew divines were going to go up when they're at like 5 exalt, but I did not buy into them because I thought they're going to stay low for longer. And literally the day that I was going to pump all of my exalts into it because I had enough gear to kind of get through content, they jumped up from 5 to 40. And then I couldn't afford to buy a bunch of divines. And then they kept jumping up, and then I regretted not buying them at 40. Alright, so we went through the Arbiter, we went through the Citadel, we went through Simulacrum. I'll just put this on a normal map with how I'm running it now, with Elemental Evocation. 1.6k evasion Shasta at base with Dex and 40%. That's really good, VD-Ray. Holy crap. Yeah, 1.6k, and then you get like an extra 60% on top of that, whatever that is, like, what, 800 or so? So that's like at least 2.2k, 2.4k, whatever it's going to be after you put the sockets in. That's ridiculously good. Well, you just got rich, VD-Ray, if you weren't already. So now we got 40. This one's nice. 45% delirious. It's a big waste no drop chance though. I'll use that for a Citadel. Actually, that's probably a terrible idea using it in a Citadel, because I'll probably just die. I'll use it in this one here. An up level. Do I have a double up level so I can get the... You know what? You know what? I got the chance for every boss map to become uh, whatever this is called. Not infested. Yeah, whatever that word is. Let's see if I can make it level 82. Because, like, I got this mod right here, 30% chance to contain a corruption. Alrighty, so Tempest Flurry, level 6 only. I got the Rage and Overcharge. I got the Charge Staff stuff. Ooh, my bell still has Minion Pact on it. No wonder why it's doing less. I got Minion Pact on it when I don't have minions. That's not smart. What did I take out for it now? Rousing Tempest, Close Combat, Immolate. I took out Potential. There we go. I would like to have Minion Pact in over Potential, but I'm just not running any minions right now. I mean, I could afford to if I had one more skill slot, hence why Unset is the best one for this, but I don't have it. Well, what else have you done there, VD Ray? You got the amazing chess piece, and I think I'm going to crash my computer. Please don't, please don't. Okay. Oof. Oof. I just realized that was on and I got scared. Alright, so I gotta remember to turn it off after this map. There we go, I got the frenzy charges rocking, I got power charges coming in, and buddies. What is this thing? Oh, it's just an enemy. Alrighty, not a big deal. The downside to Delirious maps is when their bodies just disappear, you can't use the elemental evocation. That's why I was using the minion tech in the simulacrum there.
The dreamer provides.
Picking up my loot, getting good goods, constantly spamming everything. Ooh, I got a white stellar. There we go. For the gambling stream. That thing's not even alive. Why is it attacking me? Delirious monsters are goofy.
I'm unable.
Solar amulet. Maybe that could turn into something. See, like, I'm pretty consistently keeping power charges up whenever I want them. As long as I'm still attacking things, it's not an issue. So, like, even now, I'll get a couple charges right there, and boom, I'm getting more charges coming in. My staff is fully charged. More charges coming in, so I'll just charge the staff up to top it off. And now I got full charges again. Like, it really works well for mapping with Tempest Flurry. It needs some work for Flicker, obviously, as you saw, but it'll get there. I don't know how to fix the mana issues for Flicker yet. Those seem pretty nuts. They're like over 200 a cast, and if I'm wanting it as my only ability, it's not going to work.
I'm unable.
I'm going to need it as like supplemental with this. What could you do without the Timeless Jewel? Exactly the same thing. Without the Timeless Jewel, you just put in another something like this with increased maximum energy shield, and this one here. If you could get like maximum energy shield, crit chance, and like anything, magnitude of elements is pretty good. Maximum energy shield to stun threshold is pretty good, but definitely try to get attributes on it. That's really important. And then this will cost you a single div instead of 40. It'll be a lot less than this, obviously, but you'll get several hundred energy shield instead of like 3,000. But then you'll get other things like crit chance, obviously. Can I whisper my amulet to you so you can tell me what you think? For sure, WB. Whisper it to me. Just only on streams, though. In when I'm just doing whatever in game, I get a lot of whispers,
Relentless assault.
and I also get a lot of Discord chats and comments all over the place. I can't answer everybody, so if it's not on stream and if I don't give the okay, then try not to. But other than that, yeah, for sure I can do it right now. I don't even know what these guys are having on here. Ailments and stuff, chance of like bleeding, sure. I'm not too sure what all is here. I don't care. I just want to get this expedition thing over with and hopefully get a logbook. Ooh, there's a lot of monsters over there. I don't need that one, but whatever. There we go. That is a lot of Black Sun artifacts, that's for sure.
No escape. I cannot.
So like, whenever I come into a pack, you see I got no charge right now. I'm at 10%, one pack, and now I'm at 16%, and I didn't even get pops. There you go, one pack, 40%, and that 40% is enough to get me, I can't even see how many charges because my bar is so long, but a lot of charges. I'll charge my staff up and cast Profane Ritual again. I got all these charges coming in again, and boom, I am full up. If my staff was low, you just rock it.
Fate is on my side.
Where, oh where is this boss? I see it on the screen, the health bar, but I don't see the boss itself.
I cannot.
In a situation like this where there's only delirious monsters, it'll even protect you from casting elemental invocation on nothing, and so you just won't waste your charges. It's pretty nice. It's like a dummy safe room there. Sure. Step Bro Discharge, that's my name in game. So, can I help you with Arbiter Tier 4? Probably. I haven't done it yet, but probably. What could you do with the Timeless Jewel, or without already said that? Thank you very much, Mess It Up. I feel pretty proud of that. I never expected to get 1K, let alone within the first month. Time to link our amulets, guys. Oh no, what have I done? What skill or passive is that consumes rage? Rage Forge consumes rage. I am not using it though. I just let the rage build up instead. And then when the rage builds up, it gives me a really big damage multiplier instead. You whispered it? I didn't get a whisper. Oh, drinking Timmy's? Yep. I am from the land of maple syrup, as you are well aware. Definitely not lying to you folks. Hunter Hood? Okay. See, like, cast on crit for this works really well as well, but it just costs 90. And so, like, yeah, I could afford it with the extra 30 spirit that I have, but not everybody is going to be able to afford it. So I wanted to show that Elemental Invocation is really good, and you can pick and choose when to cast it. So, like, now I got a bunch of charges again. And then I use it to keep my staff up. Oh, look, I got a bunch of charges again right now, so now I got more charges.
The dreamer provides.
And then if you're doing non-delirious maps, it works even easier, but right now, you got it. I am... I'm in the frozen wasteland where nobody lives. Not none of it, but I'm in the prairies right now.
Go on.
I got... Let's just put it this way. I'm Winnipeg's even dumber cousin. That should narrow it down pretty hard for you, for anybody who's aware.
Indeed.
Why did I pick up a tier 9 or a tier 11 map? I don't care if it's rarity. Let's go. That for now. This is getting too messy. I can't even keep it organized anymore. There's too much in there. Way too much in there. But here, drop the stellar amulet there. The first one for coming in for the gamble. Gotta get more. And the city that rhymes with fun, it's a good town, that's for sure. If you need an evasion chest to test, I can loan you mine. I only use it to do simulacrums, but I think I'll just sell them now instead of doing them. That's fair. That's fair. I'm trying to run it with a split base. I just bought this one. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. I'm going to really try making this one work, because it wasn't that expensive, and it has the fire and lightning res that I need to swap this one out, and I appreciate that very much though, Nox. It's just I don't want to completely have to rebuild around to be able to try things out. I think this would be the easiest for me right now, but I do appreciate it, I really do. Would I use the price check items in game? I'm using Sidekick. It looks like a little exalted orb. Path of Exile 1 exalted orb. It looks a little different than this one, but looks like a Path of Exile 1 exalted orb, and it's pretty great. It shows you the other items on the market. It's generally when you come, for example, with this kind of chest piece, it'd say first it would try to do based on the scalper's jacket, but that's silly. I just want to do it on body armors with 20 quality. Yeah, get the 40% energy in there because maybe I want to check against 1 for 1, but maybe it doesn't matter. Get those in there, or maybe I don't want that. I don't want 20 quality either, but I want to check against this much energy shield evasion, but then that's, you know, not exactly the most authentic. But yeah, you could do it this way, check against the energy shield and evasion rating, then get the suffixes in there with any body armor, and you can see that this one here is 105 exalt, this one here is a div, a div 2 days ago, but these aren't the ones with the 5% move speed, so I feel like it's missing something on there. Where's the lightning res? I feel like this here, there it is, the lightning res. I had to scroll down, my bad. It's like this one's 4 div, 5 div, 15 div, you know, that sort of thing. 30 div, it goes up pretty high with these bases, but I got this one for 10, I believe. It was pretty nice. How do I get 1 minute plus in charge staff with persistence? You need to get +2 to maximum power charges and some skill effect duration. If you wanted to get even higher, you could try to get one of these for another power charge to bring it even higher. But yeah, this stacks it up pretty high. And then skill effect duration, of course. I don't have it on my gem anymore, but if you did, it's helpful. There we go. The Timmies, making my mouth dry. Right. Yeah, I really need to clean this out. Alright, so I think I've done kind of everything I wanted to show you guys for sure. Is there anything else you guys would like to see or have any questions about? I'm definitely opening to the floor to Q&A right now. I'm with it and get 51 seconds. Yeah, I think I'm around that 50 something mark right now too. I can get it over a minute with a skill effect duration jewel. It gives me like 6 extra seconds. And so that's just dependent on what kind of gear you have. And 51 seconds is plenty of time. I wasn't using persistence for a long time, and so I was still having no issue. I was using Culling Strike, but I didn't feel like Culling Strike was really doing anything. I don't think persistence is required either. It's just what else am I going to use? And all I really care about for charged staff is the fact that it's up and hitting things. Like the range is nice, the electrocute on the bell is nice. I'm not focusing on this for damage at all. It's just really nice to have the extra hit and the extra range. And then obviously the extra lightning damage on your staff. So having 5 charges is 5 to 100 extra base lightning damage on your staff, which is worth a lot. I got everything in place set up here. Castiel, I'm pretty sure that is from Supernatural. I do not have the exclamation mark build set up yet. I need to get Nightbot for that, but when I do, I'll probably have it for next stream. I just gotta get it all set up. Not too sure how to set it up yet, but it'll be there. Winter Forest. Which one's Winter Forest? Is that cold damage plus Dex, or I think that's what it is? I don't think it'd be worth 3 points for getting plus to cold damage unless you need it to get the Herald procs off. But if you do need it and it does get the procs off for you, then definitely yes. But I'd say it's worth speccing out of. I don't have Winter Forest on mine, so I don't know what it does. Okay, yeah. If that's the case, I'd say probably don't worry about getting it unless you need it. If you do need it, then yes, because the reason why I'm saying no is when you come in here, you can see you got a decent little bit of cold damage, but the vast majority of your damage is lightning, and that's what you'd want to scale. Like, yeah, you get the 10 attributes, but getting 3 attribute nodes would do more for you because you'd get 15 and they scale with everything, including the lightning. But obviously you wouldn't just get 3 attribute nodes, that's stupid. But, you know, pathing down to get the crit chance and magnitude of ailments and these guys, and taking, like, here for example, this is 6% attack speed plus 15 for those 3 points. That's better than a little bit of cold damage. Like, there's a lot of ways to get better than that. Like, oh, it's 15 dex. I thought it was 10. Oh, if it's 15 dex, then it's probably worth it. Yeah. Never mind then. I thought it was 10. Okay, yeah. It's probably better for you then. It's not as good as getting something like martial artistry. And if you are sacrificing something, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you have the points, then yes, definitely get it. I like what I got on my tree here. I wouldn't drop anything here for it, but honestly, and with how my tree is set up right now, I'd be much better off to drop Controlled Metamorphosis, lose these 2, and take these 2 points. I'd lose the 40% energy shield though, but with what I'm going to be changing uh, in the near future, you'll see that it's definitely worth it. Do you think percent lightning damage is good on a ring, or is plus damage to attacks better? Plus lightning damage on a ring is really good, especially how it gets scaled with ingenuity. It's one of the best things you can roll. However, you need a source of flat cold. That is essential for getting the Herald tech off smooth and consistently and avoiding ailment resistant maps. That is massive and way more important than percent lightning damage. After you have that, it's also really good to get one source of flat fire damage on a ring, like this guy here, so that way you're able to ignite bosses, so you get the extra ailment for another 30% multiplier on your bell, and then also allows you to use immolation for another 30% multiplier on your bell. Once you have those, something like percent lightning damage is amazing. Is absolutely amazing. Oh, if you have Flat Corrupt on his staff, that's good too. But the 12% weapon damage per 5 strength is definitely the best you can get, because it scales everything, including any source of cold damage you get. But if you can't get any flat elsewhere, it would be worth it to even if you don't have the flat corrupt, sacrifice a little bit of damage and use a glacial rune in there. Just one glacial rune. You'll lose a whole lot of damage putting it in there, but if it means you get the Herald Tech off, it's super worth it. Well, Mac S, if that's the way you're running it, I 100% believe it's going to be working well for you. You want to see my support gems? How do I never remember what my keys are? It's like the light switch, I always hit the wrong one. Quarterstaff Strike, it does not matter. Skeletal Warrior has none. Unbound Avatar does not matter. Tempest Flurry, Martial Tempo with Primal Armament, I love these. And then I get Rage and Overcharge. Overcharge is amazing for bosses because it makes your bell do more damage. Same thing with Rage. You could take any of these out if you wanted to for damage, but I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to just charge your bell. I got level 6 Tempest Flurry in right now because I was messing with simulacrums and it was helping a lot. I might need to down level my Flicker Strike, but unfortunately I went all in for the test and my Flicker Strike is level 19 and it costs way too much mana. I think close combat was the main reason why I did that. I gotta take that off if I had it on. And holy crap, the mana cost was real. It was like 200 and something per, so I could not spam it, and even mana on kill wasn't keeping it up. With Charge Staff, I got Perpetual Charge. You can put that on Flicker if you're using it, but I had it on here because I like the Tempest Flurry setup. Neural Overload and Electrocute is really important for, again, supercharging the bell. It's a nice defensive layer, but it can mess with your clear a little bit, because Electrocute, if you have it on an enemy, it won't freeze and it won't shatter. I got Lightning Infusion here to up the damage of it. I didn't really have anything else to put in place, and Lightning Infusion just fit, and it added quite a bit of damage. So like, I go from 13,769 and relatively low cold damage to 15,756 for each shockwave. And so I know a lot of people don't seem to understand the difference between DPS and damage on the bar. They see damage here, they see DPS here, and they think Tempest Flurry is all that matters. No, this is damage as in every single shockwave is doing this, and this is completely unbuffed. So with all the ailments on it, you're going to multiply this by 150%. And then also, like if you had Minion Pact on here, Potential and Minion Pact both don't show the 40% multiplier there. Rising Tempest, it's not showing the 36% multiplier that you're going to get when you touch Elemental Invocation or Unbound Avatar. It's not showing the damage multiplier from close combat when you drop it on an enemy, and it's not showing the immolate damage multiplier when you are hitting an ignited enemy, which is going to be every time you hit the boss with fire damage on your ring. And then it's also every single time you attack, it's hitting twice because Tempest Flurry and Charge Staff are both hitting it. So this is twice every time with all those multipliers. The only one that's actually showing up on here is Concentrated Effect. So the bell is just ridiculous damage. And this is what you're scaling. This is what actually matters. Don't look at Tempest Flurry, it doesn't matter. Charge Infusion, Combat Frenzy, Grim Feast, I got nothing on there. I could put on Clarity to help with mana regen, but with this setup it doesn't matter. I got Elemental Invocation here for Profane Ritual to keep charges up very consistently in maps. I use it with Unleash, so it multicasts Profane Ritual on top of its already multicasting Elemental Invocation. I got Profane Ritual to make sure I get pretty much full charges every time I use it. And Energy Retention, so every once in a while when I cast it, I can cast it again if I felt like it. Then Herald of Thunder has the same that I've had since day one. Ice Bite, Cold Infusion, Glaciation, Ambush, and Longshot, so it will always freeze and always shatter when it hits something. And then Herald of Ice, because this is freezing and shattering, has Innervate, so Ice Bite and Innervate are always going to be topped up when you're ripping through maps. So that's a 70% damage multiplier running through maps. It's insane. Then I got Conduction, which is absolutely not important. I could take that out. I just haven't found something better to put in yet, and it's working so well that I don't really care to look. Because yeah, it's working so well. It just, you don't care. I'm auto shocking every time that I attack an enemy, auto chilling, and then when I have the fire damage, I'm auto igniting. So yeah, it's not like I need conduction elsewhere. Cold mastery just because it gives a little bit of damage on here, and I got nothing else to put it on. I got magnified effect here for the big area of effect, so it clears the maps even better. And I got shock siphon, so that if you ever do get below your top energy shield from your Grim Feast or meditate, if you're using that, it will keep you alive pretty consistently with the big AoE clears. One thing that you could definitely do instead of conduction, you could drop this, then you could put on either long shot or ambush into Herald of Ice, then you could put +1 lightning skills into Herald of Thunder, and then technically that's going to be the most damage, but legitimately I don't need it, it doesn't matter. I'd rather just make sure that my Herald of Thunder is definitely freezing all the time, even in the most ailment resistant maps. The only time it doesn't have giant screen pops is with delirious encounters because they cannot pop. It's impossible. Then skill to cleric is just ways to make it tankier with meat shield, elemental army, and minion mastery. Minion mastery gives it a little bit more life and energy shield for that one level. That's the only reason. And if there is other ways to make it tankier, I'd put it in, or maybe ways to make it regenerate life, self-revive sort of thing. It'd be fine. What are the dex breakpoints? Oh, that one is pretty easy. Here, I will put up Google Sheets. So, not a to-do list. That's the wrong thing. Blank spreadsheet. So, the dex breakpoints are at 5, 15, and 25. So, uh, let's just do 1, 2, 3, all the way down. This should work. And oop, let's make this a little bit bigger. It's kind of like a derpy version of Excel. So equals this times this, come like this. Then this one's F4. This one is, oopsie. This one needs to be E4. And this one needs to be A4. So then we go, nope, I leave that one the same. I leave this one locked, I leave that one locked, and I leave this one locked, F4. So now I drop down. So you'll see all the times where they overlap kind of numbers wise. 5 obviously you're not going to worry about too much because it's going to hit on every 15 and every 25. But the 25 and the 15 have a little bit awkward interaction, but you see where they doubled up? There is 300 and 300 here, so that's a fantastic breakpoint. 330 and 325 is only 5 decks off difference, so that is another easy one to hit. Same with like 345, 350, so if you hit 350, that's pretty great. The other next really big one that's super easy to get to kind of thing when you get enough is like 450, 450. That one is good. Also 375, 375 is really good. I have a little too much dex, but I can't take anything off with it. That's with my mapping rings. And then when I put on my bossing rings, like I got that 375. Int is obviously every 10, strength is every 5, so you don't even really worry about it. Oh, I guess it's 379 as well. I thought I had it different. But yeah, you try to hit that 375 breakpoint. The flashbang? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Microsoft or Google Sheets is a little bit hard on the eyes. If there's a dark mode on here, I should probably put that on. Oh, my bad. I was not being very sensitive to anybody who was watching this at nighttime. Is there an alternative setup if we don't have the yeah, just don't use the jewel. Just use any other jewel with energy shield and probably like crit chance or something. Oh yes, Beverly, you're such a good girl. Yes, you too, Uno Dos. Yes, you too. Oh, oh, I sus, baby Jan. Yes, baby girls. Yes. This here's Uno Dos. Beverly, can I have a kiss? Yeah. Oh, oh, you didn't hop up very well, girl. Are you afraid of scratching the chair? Poor baby. You weren't afraid of that yesterday. Oh, you just want to sit down, don't you? Alrighty. This here is Uno. She's a little sweetheart. She's definitely a little extra fuzzy right now. But because we're in the land of snow and depression, uh, the the girl's hair is gonna stay this way until it warms up. It is minus like a million right now. It's colder than minus 30 this morning. It was nuts. You can always set a conditional formatting rule to set every cell to black if empty. That's true. That's definitely true. I'm more of a Excel boss. With Excel, I can do pretty much anything. But this is Google Sheets, and it works a little bit weird. But 100% you're right. Conditional formatting is a wonderful thing. Uh, where are you? Here, create filter, no, comment, select all. I don't even know where conditional formatting is on Google Sheets. There. Format, conditional formatting, if empty, or is empty, default, black. Done. Okay. I still am going to have the page around it as white, which is still going to be kind of blinding, but at least I got the conditional format there for black. It'll help a bit, but it's not the best. Yes, I used to spend way too much time with Excel making engineering reports and uh, cost analysis sheets and all that, like so many engineering reports. And the funny part is, that wasn't even the job I got hired for. It's just they knew I was really good with Excel, so they upped my responsibility. All right. Well, we are at uh, just after 3 p.m. my time. Oh, you love my guides? Quick question. On armor, I know you run ES instead of evasion ES. Are there any downsides of running both for armor and additional? Is 280 spirit is the best breakpoint? If you can reach 280 spirit, you can do basically anything you want. That's amazing. I just bought this guy. And I thought it was going to be a little bit more, but like I got 245 spirit with that one, but only 239 with this one. I was kind of sad. I want to get something with more if I can. I tried corrupting it, but I got 33 max life instead of anything to do with evasion energy shield or an extra socket. If I was a little bit luckier, this would have been incredible. And yeah, if you can, like, I don't even know how much you need for that. That's a lot. 280 spirit, that's so much. It'd be so nice. It would reduce a lot of the jank that I have to deal with on mine. Because, like, the Skeletal Cleric only getting one in, so that way I need to run the Skeletal Warrior tech. If you had 280, so, like, I'm at 220, or I'm at 210 getting these, I believe. No, I'd be at 225 with these, because, or 235. Yeah, I'm at 230 or 235 with these. And so, if you got 280, you'd be able to put a bunch more in, which would make you massively more survivable. And if you didn't want to run those, like, you could do whatever you want. You could use cast on crit without having to worry. You wouldn't have to do as many swaps. You could take an unset ring and have everything in all the time. That'd be amazing. Like Simon, I am jealous if you have 280 spirit for the best breakpoint. Holy crap. Yeah, I am 35 below that, so if you have it, you have some godly mirror tier level gear, but if it's that high, it would also be corrupted, so you wouldn't be able to slap it with a mirror. Oh man. You checked in earlier, Jesper? Did you settle on a flicker setup yet? Not settle. I definitely tossed it in a map and I tried. It was definitely taking things out, but I wasn't able to get the charges consistently through the boss because We didn't have the minions set up in there, not using sacrifice, and I wouldn't want to put it in for mapping. It might be able to make it work if you were willing to sacrifice Grim Feast, but Grim Feast is really, really good. Man. I think the best way to do Flicker setup would be to drop Charge Infusion, though, because that way you wouldn't have to be uh, getting super amounts of charges all the time, and then that way, instead of Elemental Invocation, you could do Cast on Crit, and that works really well as well. Then yeah, you'd walk into the boss with lots of charges and your staff already charged, you would hit, drop the bell, hit again, but I think you need Tempest Flurry in with the Flicker Strike setup, because if you go in with just Flicker Strike, it costs too much mana. And then also with just Flicker Strike, you're running the issue of Herald of Ice even after I took off Magnified Effect, just nuking everything. You can get it with ES since you don't have resist on the armor. Oh, lucky you. Yeah, me, I need big resists on mine. So, because I'm kind of pigeonholed, it's really hard to get the upgrade. If you can get that, that's amazing. Good for you, man. Yeah. I'd definitely say that's worth trying. 100% I'd say that's worth trying. If there is... If only there's a way to deterministically corrupt this to get a higher energy shield. I'm really tempted to. Oh, I'm so tempted to. I got a few things that I want to drop an Omen of Corruption on, but I'm scared. I'm just scared. Like, I could do it on any of my gear, really, including this helmet that I want to test. But if any of them hit wrong and brick it, I am back to looking at the market. But the last thing I guess I'll show you guys a sneak peek of what I'm planning on doing. I showed you this at the start of the stream. This Megalomaniac, this From Nothing, and this Against the Darkness uh, are going to do massive wonders for the build. So this here with Megalomaniac, it also comes with After Image, which 8% more evade chance. That is definitely going to go well with split evasion type, and Giant Slayer with more damage and chance to inflict ailments against rares and uniques, which is the only people that you care about doing more damage and ailments on. And then it gives you Jack of all trades, the most important. And then with this From Nothing Iron Reflexes, I can say, let's just put this in right now. We got this, and we got this. Now, thanks to these, I can take off all of these points up to here, just drop them. I can allot Polymathy, these all attribute nodes. I can't get the I can't get the jewel. I wish I could allot the jewel as well. It won't let you though. I could get this 8% evasion rating as extra armor for a little bit of defensives when I do the split, and then a little bit of area effect and cooldown recovery rate. I don't care about this at all. This doesn't matter whatsoever. And this you can't read too, but you know, electrocution build up and shock chance against electrocuted wouldn't really matter anyways, but it is an option. And so then when I come through and do all that, I'm also going to put this Against the Darkness jewel in. It's going to give me extra damage as fire and dex for this node, and this node. And then it's also going to give it to me for this node because I'm going to take it for the reduced mana cost. And it will not give me for this one, unfortunately. It's like a millimeter out of reach to get this one, but I'm still going to path down and get this, of course. So this is the furthest level down the line build upgrade. But first I got to put a guide together with the more normal tech for you guys, because I don't want to just put this in and leave you guys in the dust. It wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't be cool. But that is the future tech of how I plan on putting this together. And all 4 of these combined, this thing here was 5 Exalted I paid for. It was crazy cheap. This one here was 9 divine. Probably uh, probably gonna stay that price for a little bit. This one here, Iron Reflexes, I think is gonna go up. I really think this is gonna go up a lot when people discover that you can do this to save all these points. It's crazy how many points you save. It's like 18 points. And so this was 20, but the other best one is to go with Resonance, and that one's like 100 divine, at least 60. No, Simon, you do not absolutely need it, but when you are going to put the build together, it will be extremely efficient for keeping you alive. It gives so much energy shield that you will definitely feel it if you don't have it. And then the last thing here, Megalomaniac, which will also give you Jack of all trades, so you're not missing anything here. And this one wasn't too bad. You can get a few of them for like, I think there's one for 5 div. Still not cheap, but this one here was crazy good. It had 3 good nodes. Most of the ones that you see with Jack of all trades are 2, and this one had 3 good nodes that all affect the build as long as you go split evasion. And this one was 20, and it was on the market for a few days, so I was super lucky to have grabbed this. Uh, they do get pretty pricey as you go on further, but most of them were around like 5 to 15, some of them for 20, and I think the person who had this didn't realize that 3 mods were worth so much more. Barbareth, you can't get the summons to you can't get the skeletons to summon on the scepter. So yeah, that happens, and it's a glitch. What you can do here, for this one here, Skeletal Cleric, for whatever reason, if you're doing this with the unset ring, it glitches if you have in there, and you just need to kind of reset the glitch. This is only if you did the unset ring tech that I did. You put that on and off, and it should fix it. If you still don't, if you still aren't able to get it going, it might be a mana cost thing for whatever reason these things think they're on. So for me, it's Herald of Thunder thought it wants to be weapon swap too. You take that off, and now the minions are summoning. It's a glitch. GGG needs to fix it. So once you get that fixed, that's all you need to do. Skeletal Cleric cannot do anything because it is in a slot that you don't have anything in. But as you can see, when I swapped off and swapped back, it can still brick it. So you unslot that as well, and it'll fix it. Like honestly, putting this here is kind of more trouble than it's worth, but I'm lazy with having to put these support gems back on. I just want them there, so that's why I put it there. But I hope that helps you, Bareth. I really do. Yeah, I am not the biggest fan of how few slots we have, but also this build has so much spirit that I'm just jacking so many things into it. Most builds probably don't have that issue. And if, like I was told, if I had 10 slots, I'd probably be crying for 11 instead of 10. So that is definitely a possibility. You wanted to switch to the amulet, anoint spaghettification, but I don't want to spend that much on an amulet that has percent evasion. Yeah, I understand, but if switching to EVS in the future, maybe you will. Most definitely. You're welcome, Bareth. Yeah, I've run into a whole bunch of glitches that definitely aren't our fault, it's the game's fault. And so, yeah. Uh, and in the minions, Elemental Army and Meat Shield and +1 level, that's all that matters. Keeping it alive a little bit so it can take some hits for you. I just like them having a little bit more tanky health because I use them in Simulacrum. But when I swap to Evasion Energy Shield, I probably won't even need them, and I'll just do the Skeletal Warrior tech for keeping charges up. And then, uh, and then I'll use Wind Wave, obviously, because that is incredibly good for evasion. And then when you're getting hit, you don't need to be worrying about things taking aggro from you because the wind wave itself will poof, and then you have the evasion to avoid hits as well. It'll act like a really big stun resistance buffer, and it'll also act as a big defensive. When things are hitting you, they just die. Alright, I'll be right back. The puppies want out. They've been asking very politely, so I need a moment. Give me about 30 seconds. Here you go, babies. Here we go. I got you now, girls. Come on, Beverly. That's right. Yes, I know, Uno. I know. Here you go, girls. Yeah, it's so cold out there that I don't want to just drop them outside. I gotta wait for them to come in. Poor things don't deserve that. I hope it warmed up, but yeah. We have extreme cold warnings in effect. Some highways are shut down. It blizzarded yesterday with zero visibility. Roads were shut down then as well. Like, it's terrible here right now. In the city it looks nice and calm because we are sheltered from the wind with all the buildings, but as soon as you get out into the open it's just miserable. Kinda happy not living on the farm right now. I cannot imagine what my pop's going through with that. We had a storm about 4 weeks ago, where I thought I did really good at keeping everything shoveled and cleared, and then I had about 2.5 feet of snow all the way up piled against the house that I had to snow or shovel across, and so a guy with 1.5 legs is not the best for shoveling 2.5 feet of snow. Okay, girls, here you go. Good girls, good girls. I hope that feels better. You want some lunch, baby girls? You want some lunch? There you go, 1 scoop for you. And a little bit extra because you've been so good. And here you go, baby girl, here's for you. Ready? Watch out, babies. Watch out. Watch out. Toss the toy so the littlest one would have something to get excited about. All you need to do is toss it 1 or 2 times and she thinks it's the most interesting thing in the world. Alrighty, so to catch it back up on you guys, apologize. Back now. Cannot. Okay, the summons are fixed. Do you absolutely need the Verana? No, you don't. I wanted to switch my amulet anoint to spaghetti, but I didn't want to spend that much on an amulet that has percent evasion. Oh, yep. Definitely don't put it on an amulet that isn't worth the anoint. If you do have one that's worth the anoint, though, it's fantastic. And percent evasion is a good thing to have as long as it's like a good roll. You're going to use it if you go split. It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. So you don't need to worry about that. What supports? Oh, we already went over that. And what was it? Fire damage on Breach Ring or Sapphire for Immolate? You don't need necessarily Breach or Sapphire. You just need rings. One of them with fire damage. But yeah, one of them has it. How come Elemental Invocation is instead of cast on crit? Because you can control it, and I have way more than enough Profane Ritual casts. And then with this on there, it's extremely good for simulacrums. This is how you do the simulacrum tech really well, and it also works for Breach Lords, but you would manual cast for something like King of the Mists or for Arbiter. But everything else, Profane Ritual with Elemental Invocation gives you full charges to fully charge your staff before a boss fight. It's a little bit unfortunate for the long boss fights like the Crow in the map, because that thing is just invulnerable for so long. But for the most part, this will do it for you. You could do cast on crit, but even on the Crow ones, you won't be able to maintain everything because of the lack of bodies. If you wanted to move some things around to always have the Skeletal Clerics going 100%, put that on and sacrifice. If you're willing to sacrifice Grim Feast, maybe by taking out Unbound Avatar and putting Meditate in, it would work really well. That's a not personality, preference choice. And you just rock whatever you like. Got a link to that sheet, mostly interested in the math formulas. This sheet? This is just 5 times 1, 15 times 1, 25 times 1. It's pretty straightforward and easy. Uh, I don't have any difficult math formulas on here, but yeah, you just look for the overlapping, so like 450, 450 would be another good breakpoint too. You don't need to worry about this whatsoever. So at 450 and 450, you get 18 pops of the 25 multiplier from the gloves, you get 30 pops of the 1% from the 15 multiplier from here, and a lot from the 5% from the staff. Like if you want that sheet, I could, but it's on my Google Docs, so I don't know how to do an untitled sheet. Uh, how do I share this? Join a call, show all comments. Well, I'm not too sure how to share this sheet. It's not like a Excel spreadsheet where I could just send it off to you. But yeah, that is what I got for you for today. I don't think I have anything else that I absolutely wanted to show or need to show right now. I think you got all the information pretty well. Again, I'm open for questions, but I think in about the next 5 to 10 minutes I'll shut her down because I'm honestly not too sure what else to tell you guys. I got a pretty good insight as to what I've got going on. I need to fix that Flicker Strike tech a little bit better than what I have going on now, but uh, the mapping here with elemental invocation is fantastic. The bossing is fantastic for things like Arbiter, and Simulacrum worked extremely well as well. So I have no complaints there. I guess last thing I could do is trying to hit that one boss. Yeah, I'll do it this way. I'll definitely have to drop the elemental invocation for the one boss tech, but I think it's gonna be fine. I got proper damaging things on, I believe. I'm just gonna rock it this way to because when I'm doing the Citadel, I don't actually care about rarity as much. I'm more trying to go for making sure I don't die on the boss and killing it really fast, so let's go this way. Now, I have a crazy map. This one here, 595% waystone drop chance. So, let's go hit this one Citadel that I have over here with crazy high scaling on it for getting getting the, not waystone, but those, not precursors. I can't think of the name right now. I'm so bad at this. There we go, fragments. Once I get the fragments, you'll see. Where, oh where is that lovely Citadel? There's one over there, nice. Come on map, just show it. You know you want to. It thinks I failed, but I didn't. Man. The glitched map is what's getting me right now. It's somewhere over here, but I can't seem to find it because it thinks it's all in Fog of War, but I 100% have discovered this area. Come on, you. Do not know how to get to it if the map won't load it. Oh, I think it's loading the area. There we go, it's loading the area now. Nope, it died again. Come on, map. Be kind to me. Okay, which direction is it? Which direction are you? Come on. Anybody got a trick to fixing the map other than restarting the game? Like I got this Copper Citadel completed, that's the one I did today. This one I No, I succeeded that one. I don't know why it says I failed, but glitches, that's for sure. And my other copper citadel is down this way, but the map is glitching and it won't let me get to it. Hmm. Well, let us log in this way and see if we can fix it. Going to a town and back? Okay, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, after... Feels like I'm zoomed in again, that's weird. I'm pretty sure I was told that there's a map zoom here. Oh, it's that. Yeah, I definitely don't want that. Okay, it's loading, that's for sure. Here's the area where we were before, and it's continuing. Perfect. Okay, here is the Copper Citadel. See, I knew it existed. I'm not going crazy. 595% waystone drop chance. On this, we got an extra 55% increased waystones on the area, and I'm hammering it with everything that I got. So let's do this. This one here could be a fun one. That, or I could get just popped, and because maybe I played around with too much tech on here and have something wrong. That would be embarrassing. That'd be really embarrassing. Charge Infusion, Combat Frenzy, Rising Tempest. Yeah, I think this will work. Alrighty, guys, let's hit this. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, good. I keep forgetting to turn off multi-threading. Oh, that was so close. It almost crashed. It almost crashed bad. Okay, so this one here. Oh, that's an interesting mod. Jumped at me from all the way over there. So full charges already on like the first pack. Continuing going this way. We got a Priest Shrine here. I'm going to need to swap out just slightly for when I get... Oh, this is an unfortunate location. Slightly to make the most out of the tech for getting it on the boss after the second phase. But it's going to be a minor swap, you'll see. Where the heck? Oh, it's over here. What's the best ring for your builds? I have one with flat cold and one with flat fire and one with flat lightning. Lightning gives more DPS, but fire cover all element for the bell. Yeah, you need a source of flat cold for the heralds, and that's your make everything feel good button. A source of flat fire will be the biggest next bit of damage because cold will give you both chill and freeze on the bell. Flat fire will give you... It says there's a guy there, but there isn't. Flat fire will give you another 30% and allow you to use immolate. And then flat lightning is a wonderful bit for straight damage scaling, but it is definitely... sorry, flat lightning will be good for flat damage scaling, but it is the least important out of all of them for sure. Even flat physical can open up some avenues to maybe try doing armor break tech to get endurance charges into the build as well, but I haven't been able to check that. Sorry, what's this? Don't forget to roll away from the boss after you kill it. Lost all your fragments when you blew up last night. Yeah, Spree, thank you again. I definitely remembered you saying that from earlier, and I am afraid, very, very afraid. The tiara. Ooh, it's a 15 waystone. Okay. So as you can see here, doing a pretty good job of getting everything. I'll try to get... there might not be another group of mobs to use here. But I do have a full charge elemental invocation, so I'll just use it here. Boom. Full power charges, and now I'm going to change this so that if I need to for the second phase, use Profane Ritual. actually, no, that won't work because I don't have sacrifice. Whatever. I am going to do this. I forgot to put sacrifice in. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Screw it. It'll work. So here we go. We got the boss here. Going to get my charges staffed. Good to go.
This ends here.
I activate Avatar.
No escape.
Hit the bell. Nuke him. See, like that's as far as his health can go down. You stick here, you let her protect you. Unfortunate. Come on, boss, just die. Let me kill you already. Luckily, I think I can get profane ritual charges here. Yes, I can, so these minions are allowing me to charge, which is nice. And I'm able to get more elemental evocation, so come on, buddy. I can't use it here, but hey, I got a pretty good charge staff going for the boss.
I don't have time for this. Sands, bends
So
to
now
my will.
here, I come here, I hit Avatar, and I nuke him and dodge away. That is what you do. This here has how much waste on 1151% waste on chance. How many are we gonna get? We only got 3 on 1151. That's unfortunate. I thought it might have been higher with 1151. That is nuts. But there we go. Still big money there.
Fate is on my
Remember to dodge away. He's scary when he dies. Even the delirious map, but only tier 10. Even the Stone Citadel guy has something that can kill you between phases, and it makes me depressed. Like, legitimately, I got popped going from phase 1 to phase 2 when nothing was going on. 1200 to get 4, so I was 50 off. Damn. I guess. I thought it would be 900, but oh well, I still got 3. 3 is lots. How much are these worth? Oh, that's not true with 90 Exalt. That can't be true. These were worth so much more.
Hello there.
Currency. I want the fragments for Exalt. Ancient is 100 and something. Faded 99? What? They went down? Weathered 90. Wow, these things went so far down and I don't know how. That makes me sad. These things were like 300 before. Oh man. Well, I guess they came down in line, so I guess that's a thing. 2.5 div each, you think? On the market, they're a lot less now. They severely went down. They used to be 2.5 div each, but I guess they came back to the kind of a equal point between all of them. I thought I was rich when I got 3. I guess not. But I do still like doing these quite a bit. They all kind of flattened out at around 100x after the patch. Let people find all the citadels now. Yeah, exactly. People actually finding citadels made it less rare.
Hello.
But yeah, if you were wondering if that works against bosses, I think that proves it. It works pretty dang well. That boss obviously had minions, but if we wanted to go sacrifice tech, you'd use your own minions. They all kind of flattened out 100. They went down when more people found citadels. Yeah. Yeah, because that was my 3rd citadel I've done, or 2nd since the patch. I got one more right here, and they're all copper, it seems. I thought I was gonna be swimming in Divine with copper citadels, but if people aren't afraid of them anymore, guess they're not afraid of them anymore. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need to smash a bunch of these together and get rid of these maps. But yeah, my inventory is quite full up. I think I'm gonna need to turn the stream off and just smash all these things into pieces, because it'd be pretty boring to just watch me go through these like this and try to find something worth anything. Not so profitable as they used to be. Try Simulacrum. I'm definitely doing Simulacrum. I ran two, I died on one and cleared the other. I did another one last night and succeeded it. And I got a total of 5 exalts on the end drops. But I got some pretty good uh, emotions from it. So like I got a suffering and a bunch of fears and despairs. So this might be worth something in Simulacrum. But Simulacrum itself as well is like 2.5 divine to go, or 2 divine to go. Uh, Whereas I guess it's like 1.5 now. It went down quite a bit. It used to be like 300 exalt, now it's 150, I think. So yeah, Simulacrum's probably a really good way to get divines, especially if you can get it consistently done, getting the mana flask. And I'll have the video on doing the Simulacrums with the minion tech and showing how to use this come out later. I just need to do a little bit of editing, taking some stuff out of this video, and oh man, I talked about it earlier. Turn off multi-threading. That's playing with a loaded gun. It's not fun. Okay, so yeah, I'll have the videos out there to try and help you guys with the guides on how to do Simulacrum. I'll probably just play the video in the background and talk over it because maybe I'll need to cut out bits and pieces, but maybe I'll just go with the raw audio as well. I think this was a very positive video that should help you guys lots though. Like, Simulacrums are definitely difficult, but there are ways to minimize it. I think going with the split evasion energy shield though will help you out quite a bit, because then you won't need to worry about using a minion all the time to distract the enemy. Some people suggest to do it at base difficulty. It's easier and don't give you these shitty uniques. Yes, but base difficulty doesn't give you Megalomaniac, and that's the main reason why I'd want to go there. I'd want one to potentially get one with a good passive on it, and then you can make like 100 div on it. They're crazy expensive. And then yeah, you're right, you can get the mana flask from the lower versions. I got it on my second run, so that is another 20 div drop rate there, and it's fantastic. Obviously, I'm not using the mana flask. I'm using a base one because I didn't need it, but it is good to have. It adds a lot of damage, it adds a lot of sustain, but it's better for like those the Stormweavers who have massive energy or massive mana pools for their Archmage setups, and so they pay quite a bit for it. There was also a bug when people reset citadels. I had some as well. What do you mean reset it? Like you could run it multiple times after killing the boss? Woody says he has 26 after the patch. He has 26, what? 26 citadels? That's nuts. They were down. Evasion saved me during Simulacrum, but right now I'm getting the splinters to drop like crazy during Delirium Waystones. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I am doing as many of these Delirium maps as possible because the splinters are actually dropping nicely now. Before I was getting like 2 to 4 in a Delirium map, and now with the points on the Atlas tree for doing the Simulacrums, I'm getting like 30 to 40 a map, and not even juice maps, like the basic travel maps to get from one zone to the other. So that's fantastic. Like, this is a big buff. And I bet I don't even have the best table here, because like I have 25% more likelihood to spawn a unique boss. Great. That's like 4 or 5 extra splinters kind of thing. It's not the biggest amount. An additional reward type doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't really do too much, but because I'm doing mostly flat Delirium maps and not the mirrors, and the flat Delirium maps don't have the reward types. And this one here, Delirium Fogs dissipate slower, might be okay if I was just doing the mirrors. And this one here again, increased rewards but dissipate faster. That wouldn't feel good on a mirror map either. Yeah, Mikhail, they did kill me on it. I got one of them. I did not quite understand how to put things together. It's still when I was testing, and the little bit of jank of it got in the way, but I've got rid of the jank, as I'm pretty sure you guys have noticed. It's pretty consistent, especially on Simulacrums. You just swap and then you got full charges. And then same thing with bosses, just swap, you got full charges. The only issue is that you do need to swap for pinnacle content like Simulacrums and kind of breach bosses. I would definitely say if you're doing breaches, don't run even either of the heralds. Just run it with the normal, like the run it with the sacrifice. So you don't need to make any swap at all. And then you can just run through a whole bunch of them really fast. And then, yeah, I think it would save you a bunch of time and effort. You'd be thinking it feels really good. Yeah. I already have put it into POB2. Unfortunately, it just doesn't read it very well. I got it up to saying 8.5 million DPS, uh, but that's even with putting in this massive 190% more elemental damage to get the 150% from all the elements on my bell and the 40% from Avatar, because when you have Unbound here, it doesn't check more damage. I got the massive percent increase maximum energy shield that I would have gotten from my Verona Jewel. And I got typed in mostly correct to get really close to what my energy shield pool would be. It's a couple hundred off, but oh well. And everything else seems to be working pretty well in here, but like, do I use power charges? It thinks power charges still affect damage in a way that it doesn't. It should only be because like when I do number of power charges, it affects damage, and really only 1 or 0 should affect it. So there are issues with the POB calculations for sure. Have I used a fire skill recently, cold skill recently, lightning skill recently? Yes. So that is affecting how the bell reads damage, so at least there's that. But as you can see, it's saying culling DPS, and it's, I mean, maybe because of the bell, but is Innervate active? It doesn't know to add the 25% multiplier there. I already mentioned Unbound, Combat Rush, I don't even think that's in the game. Oh wait, or is that a Wind Wave thing? I'm not too sure. Is there burning on the enemy? Yes or no? When I say yes, or even ignited, it, well, now it's working. So yeah, burning, yes or no, it turns it on, ignited. Okay, so yeah, that's working now. But like legitimately, if I can do 32 million hits there in a second, it's a lot more than 8.5 million DPS. So this is still off. I'm trying to get this right, but it's just not calculating correctly yet. No, you cannot freeze and electrocute at the same time. It unfortunately is not. It's one or the other, but if the electrocute ends, it'll start the freeze if you've already had enough freeze buildup. But electrocute can get in the way of getting the cascading explosions, but for the most part, it's just fantastic. And yes, Silas is not able to factor in combos, but I tried to do like the entire 25 hits of the combo bell with Tempest Flurry and Charge Shockwave, and so it's just thinking the damage on both of them are way lower than they actually are. And I know it's way lower because I've used just Tempest Flurry and Charge Staff to hit things without it, and it's still getting millions pretty fast per second, so without all this, it's still multi-million DPS. And so with the bell, with everything that I have in place, say if I were to put like, I do 2 bells and I can kill the boss in about 3 seconds with the uh, with this body armor, which I've already done on stream and showed you guys. So that's like 16 million DPS, which is more than double what this is showing. So I don't understand how it's getting these numbers, and I got to get it up somehow. Also, it's showing total spirit negative because I have the sacrifice and Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice in there. But like when you're doing the boss, obviously you don't have those enabled, so it's a little bit different. I don't think it's taking into account for the Tempest Bell the. I thought I had Minion on here. Maybe I need to take off Potential and put on Minion. One thing that's kind of nice about POB is when this works, you could press just support and it'd show you what would give the most damage in like top to bottom order, but obviously it's not working yet. But here, like Minion Pact. Okay, Minion Pact works. There we go, it's showing 9 million DPS instead of potential. So there we go, that is one way to up it on here, that's for sure. But yeah, unreserved spirit negative is not, but it also needs some playing around for sure. Cast on critical, I still have Sniper's Mark in here. It works for bosses for keeping that up, but you don't need it because you already have Combat Frenzy, but Mark just does not work in maps. I really wanted to drop Combat Frenzy though to just rock the mark. If you could, it would work so much better. I really wish it would work that way. Alright, so back to the questions. Apologies guys, I've been falling behind again. Does rarity play a role in Simulacrum? I don't think so. I really don't. I haven't noticed a difference, and so I'd rather have the damage and survivability of my best rings possible. It just seems to drop. I thought they only drop Flask, but you mentioned something expensive. Yeah, Mikhail, they also drop Megalomaniac at the highest tier of Simulacrum. That's the place to get it, and that is... it's worth fighting for. I just bought one. I think the guy was a little bit underpriced on it for sure, because it's got 3 good mods, including the one that I was looking for with Jack of all trades. This thing's incredible. Can you freeze electrocute monster? Nope, sorry. I can't wait to get to grips with POB. Totally new to it, but it's a big learning curve. Quick question, you have 773 energy shield and armor, and I have 188 spirit. Therefore, I can't run all spirit gems. What am I missing? You need, if you're not running it already, you need to have Lead Me Through Grace, and you need to have a much better energy shield evasion chest piece. It's based on the chest piece. Just get a better base, and you'll get more spirit to work with. For what I'm doing, you need 210 spirit. It's a lot easier to get. It's actually, here, let me just do the math for you right now. So, watch your eyes if you guys don't want to be blinded. I'm bringing this onto the screen here. So, let's just clear all this because don't need it anymore. If you need 210 spirit and it is 6 evasion or per spirit as per this guy right here, or 15, or sorry, 6 energy shield or 15 evasion, what you're going to do is have, for pure energy shield, it'll be equals to this divided by this, and you need, oh sorry, equals to this times this. So you need 1200, and that's not right. You have a base 100. You have a base 100 from the story, so you need 110 from gear. So that means you only need 660. And now, if you want to use just straight energy shield, or sorry, just straight evasion, you need 1650 to get your 110 to do this. These are really low numbers and very easy to get. And if you're wanting to use a split of these, it's a little bit harder to know exactly what it will be, but yeah. This is what you're looking for minimum requirements. But I wouldn't say that this is even good enough to have a good base for your build. Try to get like at least 750 energy shield if you're having a pure energy shield base. If you can get 800, even better. And same thing with a pure evasion base. You'd want at least 2000, probably 2200 would feel even better. I had a 2100 and felt okay, but I was still getting popped by on death things. But yeah. With that 773, yeah, it should definitely work if you have it. You just don't have the right passive on. You're probably getting spirit from other bits of your gear. This is assuming you're an Invoker Monk. I'm doing all this with the context of being an Invoker Monk. If you aren't, you'll have to get it from gear elsewhere, probably like corruptions on your helmet or big rolls on your amulet. And so you can get 50 from your chest, I think 50 from your amulet, so that's 100 already. Then you'd have to get a corrupted helmet to get it as well. It's going to be difficult to get, but if you can get up to 210, you got it. If you're something like I don't know, a class that uses uh, a scepter, then it'll make it even easier. Like sorceresses can get it, but this wouldn't be the best build for a sorceress, I don't think. Unless maybe it's like the time one, but I don't know how it would work. I haven't done anything with the time sorceress. Looks interesting though. Uh, will lead to so many better builds. Most definitely. They just need to update it to work a little bit better with like combos and damage numbers because just a few things aren't working yet. But when some updates are out, it'll be great. No updates available, you're running the latest version. Hopefully by tomorrow they'll have another update which should fix a lot of things. It is the weekend, so yeah, fingers crossed, POB, let's go. It even has things like levels on the support gems still, so that's kind of funny. If if anybody has any questions about POB, I can try to answer them now. I'm definitely not the foremost expert on it, but I've used it a lot in Path of Exile 1, so I can help out quite a few things. There's some people in the chat who are probably better than me. I, again, didn't get a lot of time to play with this yesterday, but I can show a few things. And the chests are expensive, though. Anything with 700 and over is like 10 div on trade. Depends on how strict you're being with your filter there. So, do I have something on here? I think I got a chest. Yeah, I got a chest filter right now. So I got a pretty ridiculous filter on here. So you said you wanted 700 energy shield? Okay. I got ridiculously high requirements for intelligence dex, fire cold, and say you don't need that. Something with 700 base. Look, here's one for a single exalt. Yeah, they're online, offline, but like here's one online for a single exalt. You don't want it. You don't necessarily need to look at it uh, as it is right now. This number matters because when you put quality on it, it's going to go up to that 715. But if you wanted to say go for 800 and you did, or even leave 700, but you needed resistances and you needed the attributes, which is the best in slot way to do this, you put that on. Here's some for a single div with 745, 740, 700, a couple of div. Yeah, they're all offline right now, but they'll come back online. These are all people that are actually playing. It's just maybe this guy quit 16 days ago. That's a long time. Here's one that's online with 2 good resistances and ints with a decent base on there. That's pretty nice. Yes, I had to set it up manually in POB. To add jewels in POB, you do it the same way you add gear. So you come into your game, unfortunately. You would come up to this jewel and you'd hit Control C. That's it, just Control C for copy. And then you open up your path of building here. And then in your items, Control V, here's the jewel. It's got all this scary looking text. All you have to do is see that, oh look, this is my jewel it imported. I'm not going to bring that in right now because I already have it imported into the build. As you can see, it looks a lot cleaner now, but that is what everything is looking like. I'm not going to save this. I'm going to go back, don't save, because I have this set up for what I actually have. I was playing around earlier, but I think this is pretty good for this version of the build. I'm going to probably make this one available for everybody. The other nice thing about this is when you want to check out your builds, you could come out into import export. You can't import yet, but when this feature is put in, GGG allows it, you can take your character directly from the website and you would just import your character name and it would have everything. It would have your passive tree, it'd have your jewels, it'd have your equipment, it'd have your skills and how it's slotted in, everything. You just hit import and it's done. You still need to mess with the configurations and still need to select which skills to use for your full DPS so that they pop up down here, but that's it. That's all you have to worry about. I guess some things in here that I'm sad I I didn't hit save on is I didn't leave the increased and all that jazz in there. That's my bad. We did that on stream, so but like legitimately you'd have all these things like is the enemy on full life? Yes or no. Is the enemy maimed? Yes or no. Like full life would matter for the heralds if it's going to do the ambush proc. Are you fortified? Affects your damage resistance, all that jazz. Do you have arcane surge? Would affect your mana. Do you have unholy might, which I think is chaos or physical? Chaotic might is chaos, I think. Onslaught for your attack speed of movement. Do you have endurance charges? Yes or no? We have frenzy and power charges, but the game or the filter right now doesn't quite understand how friend or power charges work. So yeah, should we save for Astromentus in your build? I am halfway there, but not sure. Upgrade all items to go for Astromentus. Astromentus is crazy expensive right now. If you can afford it, definitely it's the best amulet you can get. But if you can upgrade literally everything else, because Astromentus costs more than my entire build combined, including after getting these crazy jewels here for completely transforming how the build works, uh, these will add a power level that's just nutty to save all these travel nodes and everything and coming out to finding new things over here. It'll be very interesting to see what I can find, see how it changes, see how much it improves. Those are things that Astromantis can't give you, but what Astromantis can is a level of damage and move speed from moving around with Tempest Flurry that you don't need to worry about anything. Also, just want to point out, 69 viewers, nice. But yeah, Steelskin, you can get a much cheaper chest than 10 divs for uh, good all-around stats that you're looking for. Like legitimately, this has everything you would need: fire res, lightning res, int, big energy shield. If you didn't want this, say you wanted like 400 energy shield and like 1,000 evasion. These ones are a little more expensive, but like 7 divine for these guys. One online for 10 for sure, with double attributes if you can fit that in your build. If you're not wanting to be so crazy high, I mean, I think you probably should look for like the 1,000 mark, but maybe not 400 energy shield. That one's asking a lot. Uh, 395 goes all the way down to 4 divine. 395 divine, a whole bunch at 5, a lot at 5. This one 384 at 6. It's got no corrupt on it. He should use an omen. Silly guy. 382 for 6, 389 for 6. Like, you can get some pretty good chess pieces. Yeah, Jackson. I like Sidekick. It's a lot better than Overwolf for me. However, when you make trades, Sidekick does not have like the instant thank you and kick from party thing. Uh, all I know for Overwolf has that. But yeah, that's everything. I really hope I was able to answer all your questions. You guys have been amazing. Thank you again for 1,000 subs. Like, holy crap. It's a big, big. It was a big day yesterday. I didn't expect that. I went to sleep at like 900, and I woke up yesterday at 1,005 or something. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. You guys are fantastic. I never expected to get this level of attention. I'm just some nerdy guy trying to talk about Path of Exile. So, again, yeah, thank you so much. Like, seriously, you're incredible. And I will have to log off now. I got some chicken to cook for the girlfriend. She's going to be done work in about 3 hours. I need to pick her up because, again, it's like minus 30 million outside. And I don't want her to have to walk. You guys have a wonderful day. See you, dudes. You've been